to the party. Beautiful day ahead. Blue skies, sunshine. As the New Zealand batters, Kane Williamson, who is not far away from a historic milestone, and Henry Nicholls have got an important job to do today. New Zealand following on in their second innings after England amassed 435 for 8 in their first innings. New Zealand could only muster 209 in their first innings. Some quality bowling from Broad and Anderson, but 202 for 3. A much better effort in the second innings from New Zealand. And they still trail England by 24 runs that they will be looking forward to knocking off in this first session. Beautiful conditions, and could be a historic day for that man on camera. Just 4 runs away from becoming New Zealand's leading test run scorer of all time, which is a significant milestone. Very good morning to Shane Bond. Interesting day ahead.
Yeah, morning, Macca. Yeah, England's still in control of this test match, but New Zealand did a lot of hard work yesterday in conditions that offered something for the bowlers, and at least now are in a position to take an opportunity to get themselves back in this test match, but they have to win this first session.
No surprise, James Anderson with jersey off. In fact, jersey's probably not needed in this first session. There's some serious warmth coming from that sun. So pleasant conditions for both batters and bowlers. Yet to pick up a wicket in the second innings, but this first hour is going to be very challenging. Generally the first part of the morning is when the ball does its most, Shane, and with the new ball in hand, it's going to be an intriguing battle.
Yeah, the new ball only 3 overs old. England had a little burst last night, saved Anderson and Broad for this morning. So Anderson, he swung around to the southern end. Said there's not much wind to talk of. Beautiful blue sky, which often in Wellington means the ball will swing. So it's going to be interesting to see if Anderson gets any movement in this first session.
Three slips in play. First ball of day 4. Right on the mark, solid in defence is Williamson. Anything was said in the New Zealand changing room last night, Shane, at the end of day 3. There would have been a few more happier faces. It was a good day. It was a tough day of Test cricket yesterday, but New Zealand toiled pretty hard throughout the day, didn't they?
They did. You look at it, New Zealand lost 3 quick wickets at the bat in both innings, but outside of that, probably for 6 hours of the day, they're in control. I think the thing they'll be most happy with is if they play well this morning, they do have an opportunity to win the Test match, which they talked about at the post-day press conference. They'll be talking about England have spent, over a day on a very heavy outfield, that if they can keep them out there, they're going to tire. That's what Craig McMillan was talking about, 4 runs to pass Ross Taylor.
Yeah, a number of greats on that list. Long-time teammate Ross Taylor at the top, just for the moment. Expectation around everywhere that he will be surpassed this morning. Just 4 runs away. Well, that's the thing. New Zealand have to keep looking forward ahead of the game because they are 1-0 down in the series. So they've got to try and find a way that gives them, it might be a slimmer of hope, but gives them a chance to push for victory and try and tie the series up. They have been behind the game for a large part of it, but I think that opening partnership yesterday between Latham and Conway was so important, just laying the platform for the rest of the order.
New Zealand playing the longer batting lineup, and we saw Southey with 70 in the first innings. That there's opportunity all the way down the order for New Zealand to score some big runs.
Worked off his toes. Nice piece of timing. How good is the timing? And it's going to run away for 4. And there it is. Greatness has been talked about from a young age. And now Kane Williamson is top of New Zealand's test run scoring tree, going past his long-time teammate Ross Taylor to a position many believed he would always get to. He has, and now is number 1, appreciated by his teammates.
Understated it always, Kane Williamson.
Perhaps his middle name in many ways, understated. What a milestone. What a milestone that is. So significant in terms of the history of New Zealand Test cricket. And now New Zealand's former skipper sits at the top, going past Ross Taylor, who he played with over a long period of time. And look at that average. That's what sets him above perhaps many others on that list, is that average above 50.
Yeah, I think so. The average stands out, 2500s. He's a long way in front of everybody else. And there, really, this was the last box to tick to be really the unanimous greatest New Zealand ever Test batsman.
Been in good areas in this first over. It's done and dusted, 206 for 3. Well, here's the moment. It's a bit of a long half volley on leg stump that was just eased through mid-wicket. All those players and support staff knew what it meant, as did the crowd, many standing and applauding. It has been an amazing Test career. And just as understated, I saw a nod of the head, Bondi. I think I saw that from Kane. It's hard to get much out of at times, but he'll be very proud of that.
Yeah, he will be, but even if you ask him about it, he'll deflect to somebody else. That's what he generally does. But psychologically for New Zealand, the importance of him being at the wicket during this morning's session is massive. He has a calming influence. And whenever he's there, you always feel that New Zealand are some shot in any cricket game.
Henry Nicholls toiled hard yesterday. His 18 from 70 had to work well. His decision-making was excellent. 3 slips in play. Needs to start again. Ollie Robinson with ball in hand. Good channel to start. It's interesting talking to a couple of the players this morning. They thought it might swing. Generally big blue is when the ball does hoop around a little bit, Bondi. What have you found when you've played here at the Basin?
Yeah, exactly the same. These are the perfect conditions to bowl. The blue sky, a little bit of gentle wind. The pitch has definitely browned off a little bit. The sun's been out obviously early this morning, but there's still a little bit of seam movement there with this new ball that you'd expect, but the swing so far doesn't look like it's present.
Nicely played by Nicholls. 2 is the call, and 2 it will be. Yeah, I mentioned to one of them, I said, oh, it's a good batting day. One of the others said, well, it's actually a good bowling day as well.
It's much more comfortable bowling in 22 degrees than 13 with gusty winds as well, so that definitely helps from a bowling perspective.
It's just nice having the sun on the back, isn't it? No real breeze either, which is a bit of a anomaly here at Basin Reserve. Generally there's a southerly or a northerly blowing, but at the moment perfect cricket conditions for both sides. It's changing the field. Square leg, man, just in front of square, almost right behind the short leg in play for Henry Nicholls.
Yeah, normally you just see the man take that helmet off and push back to square leg, but we saw a number of balls yesterday rear up off a length and hit the gloves. So England will feel that that bat pad position is important. So instead they've opted for a big gap at the point position. So there's a couple of modes of dismissal really, that bat pad being in play, but also the carrot ball across Nicholls, still bringing in that 3-prong slip cordon.
Solid in defence is Nicholls. Yeah, we saw a number of balls, well, a couple I should say, just lift off a length. I think at times you get that denting of the surface of a new ball that just grabs the grass out of the surface. And I think at times yesterday they were in play. Certainly quite as dented as what it normally is here at the Basin. I think because it was a touch drier and not as much thick grass on the surface. have a look at the surface today. Usual foot marks and scratchings from the batters. It definitely has browned off Bondi. It's hard to tell. You can see some of the ball marks, the length, you can see the hitting, but definitely not the denting that we're used to seeing here.
He also got the carry so far through to Folkes, just around waist high, but Robinson's operating in the high 120s, as was Anderson, so the pace not quite there. That could just be the effects of getting going again after a day in the field.
Good leave from Nichols, good carry through to Folkes. 85 overs, bowled 208 for 3. New Zealand 208 for 3 now, trail by 18. Having to make England bat again. Current partnership's 41 and it's a good one for New Zealand. It's nice bouncing the top of the stickers there. One of the things we've talked a lot about throughout this test has been the bounce and the surface, the extra bounce. And that's been, I think, one of the traits that's been so impressive.
Yeah, I think as the test has worn on, there's been a little bit of inconsistency, just shown by that ball that reared up against Henry Nichols there. So what you're hoping for from a test wicket is that over time you get a little bit more turn, and also you want a little bit of inconsistency in bounce. You want it to get more difficult. So here's day one. You can see very consistent bounce. And so from a batting point of view, it's a good time to bat. You know what you're going to get. There was a movement. Day two, a little bit more variation, particularly at the top end. But the standout yesterday was day three, that steepling, those odd balls that would bounce steeply and cause problems. Haven't seen a wicket come from it, but it certainly caused some concerns.
And that's how a pitch should play. That bounce, that variance of bounce should get a little bit more up and down as the test match goes on. On days 1 and 2 and day 3, which yesterday was a good batting day as well, you want the batters to be able to trust the bounce. Days 4 and 5, you just want a little bit of a question mark coming into their head in terms of what balls do I leave, and something for the bowlers as well in terms of that up and down bounce. And I think it's been an excellent cricketing surface. Ball. Oh, there's a misfield. Nicely timed from Williamson. And it might run away. Broad got enough of a hand on it that it will stop just short and they'll come back for a comfortable 3.
He's timed this well, Williamson. Oh, he's very lucky. He's hit him in the chops.
I did a disservice to Stuart Broad. I have to apologise. I said he got a hand on it. He didn't get a hand on it, and he was no chance. Shake of the head and a wry smile. Gee, that really bounced. Talking about variance and bounce, Bondi. That's from the outfield. Yeah, some of the old footings on some of the used pitches in the block. Get some awkward bounces off those. There's an outside edge that'll run away for 4. Played it with soft hands and was in control. Picks up his first boundary of the morning.
That's good stuff by Nichols. Really, you have a man at third man. Anderson just looking to run the ball across Nichols. There's not a lot of movement. Again, soft hands means the ball goes down. It's full value.
He played it well in the end. There's always some concern when ball goes as edge behind the stumps, but was in total control there. Nicely played off the hip this time by Nichols. Good over for New Zealand. 8 runs from it, 216 for 3. Starting to work through some spells now, those England fast bowlers. 6 bowlers used so far in this innings.
I think the thing with those bowling figures, Mac, you see Anderson 17, Robinson 16, Broad 11, I think, but you've got to add on the first innings. So Anderson's now approaching, I think, 27 overs or pushing towards 30. It does start to take a toll. So, as I said, they've seen that pace again. Robinson 128. Not a lot of swing movement there. And you've got to ask the question, is the pitch getting flatter or is it just not quite the energy in the England bowlers this morning?
Remember, they enforce a follow-on, so they've been in the field roughly 140 overs, which begins to take its toll. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a good area, and Nichols will be disappointed that he had a wee fend at that. Nice piece of bowling.
There's still some seam movement there from Robinson as he pushes that ball across Nichols. It's a wobbly seam. Definitely still some movement, which you'd expect with a new ball.
So 140 overs on the park is starting to get up there, so New Zealand will realise that as well. And get through this first session, then all of a sudden we can start to put a little bit of hurt on this attack for the rest of the day. I guess that's where Jack Leach's role is so important, Shane, in terms of just giving his fast bowlers a little bit of respite and a little bit of a breather at times.
Yeah, I thought he was superb yesterday. I thought the way Stokes just manoeuvred his field, leg slip to short fine leg, to offering options and sweeps to Nichols in particular, very subtle changes, but Leach was consistent, picked up a couple of wickets. All the wickets have gone to spinners so far, which is a surprise here at the Basin, but he got reward for a very, very good day's work.
Interesting being out on the field before the start of play, Bondi, and you have some real positivity amongst the New Zealand players, which is great to see. There needs to be. They've struggled throughout the series, but they've had a couple of good games, a couple of good days here in Wellington, still behind the game. They need another 10 to make England bat again, but there has to be that belief within the group that they can do something special, something that's actually never been done before.
I think you get, when a team's on top of you, psychologically it's tough. You just got to focus on winning an hour at a time.
Oh, that's a good leave. That's rather close to off stump.
I think what we saw in the first test and even here yesterday is New Zealand had a bad half an hour period that really have impacted the game. So New Zealand can win hour by hour. They can play their way back into the game. And then that psychology and confidence starts to gain momentum. And once New Zealand get past that follow-on total, past England, and are starting to get into the positives, then that effect starts to go on England. They start to think about, what are we going to chase? When do we have to get a wicket? You can start to panic a little bit. So New Zealand just got to keep hanging in there.
Solid in defence. Good over from Robinson, 216 for 3. Those kids should be at school, shouldn't they? It's Monday morning. It's not school holidays. Keep the heads down, the hat down, boys. Hope that teachers aren't watching. Why wouldn't you come to... Nicely played, officer. Why wouldn't you come to a day of Test cricket at the Basin, Bondi? Of course, Wellington College just across from the Basin Reserve. Partnership goes past 50. It's been impressive from these two experienced players. They've had to work hard, 153 balls, but they're doing an excellent job for New Zealand.
Yeah, that equates to 25 overs, so it's slow going, but it doesn't matter. New Zealand just got to play at their own tempo, and they've certainly done that. It's been very, very important. Disciplined cricket.
Just a wee shuffle from Henry Nicholls there towards James Anderson. We've seen that from a number of the batters throughout the series, Bondi, where quite proactive in terms of their footwork and where they get to.
Yeah, I think that talks to something about the pace that Anderson's bowling. Still see his frustration. He's scratching at the foot marks. He didn't enjoy the run-up yesterday, the dampness of it. So it gets into your mind as a bowler. It can be tough to keep focused as a bowler.
Looks quite comfortable on the front foot, doesn't Henry Nicholls? So I guess the short ball, the bounce, has been used very sparingly by both sides. Something that perhaps needs to be used a little bit more.
We saw Ben Stokes come in for a little burst yesterday where it was only bounces. But again, the different types of bowlers, Anderson, Robinson, the seam bowl, swing bowlers who like to pitch the ball up.
Nicely played. Gap at mid-wicket. Bring another single. It's been a good solid start by New Zealand here in the first 20 minutes or so on day 4. Certainly has been the least amount of movement that we're seeing throughout this test match, which will build some confidence not only with the two out in the middle, but also the batters up in the New Zealand shed watching what's going on.
Might be a sign the pitch is drying out. Then it'll be interesting to see if then the same amount of turn and bounce is on offer for the spin bowlers. For New Zealand, they'll want something in the wicket throughout the test match if they're going to force a victory in the 4th innings.
Yeah, that's right. If New Zealand aren't going to win this test match, they're going to need some help from the surface. So while they'll be quite happy that it's a good batting day and it looks comfortable, they'll still want to see something there for their bowlers, whether it be the quicks or perhaps even Michael Bracewell. A bit of football from Jimmy Anderson, of course, from Burnley. I think they're top of the championship, trying to get back in the Premier League. It's pretty impressive, yeah. Pop it up. 1-2 straight into the hand. Impressive.
Wide.
2 from the over, 2 adding for 3. There goes someone that's doing their apprenticeship for the ground staff, getting it in nice and early. In the air, up and over, short leg. That's why Ollie Pope's so deep for that particular ball, but Nicholls got enough bat on it. It was not far away.
Well, that wasn't steep bounce. It's more of a general back of a length. But the inside had Pope, who's been unbelievable there at short leg, can despairingly look as the ball balloons over his head.
Just got enough on it. He's got a good thigh pad, Henry Nicholls, because that went a long way. Interesting that previous over, they had a square leg in play, who that would have probably gone closer to than actually Ollie Pope, but they changed the field, so Nicholls survives. That is the worry. That is why that short leg has been in play the whole game, really. The extra bounce on the surface. 3 slips. And it's almost a wide leg slip. Ollie Pope there.
No.
Interesting fielding position there. I guess looking for something that Williamson works off his hip but doesn't get on top of.
Yeah, Williamson, a player, likes to get across to off stump. Pope generally seems to be nipping the ball back into the right-handed batsman. So it's an area of strength just behind square for Williamson. So they'll be thinking, well, if the ball comes back and he just looks to turn a ball off that hip, that's the position they're more likely to get a catch.
See, I think that's Harry Brook at third slip. Just put the helmet on because he's that close. He doesn't feel completely safe or secure. It's never great when you're in the slips and you have to wear a helmet.
No.
I don't know which position would be worse, bat pad or that ridiculously suicide third slip, isn't it? It's crazy position. Especially if a batsman slashes at one outside off stump, you have no chance there.
Well, it's self-preservation, I think, Bondi, if the batter slashes at it. If there's a defensive prod that's just going to carry through, then it's probably a very good position, and that's why he's there. But a full-blooded drive or slash, he's no chance, even with helmet on. It's quite unusual, doesn't it, seeing a slip fielder with the lid. But he is very close there.
These new types of fielding positions. India, Australia, we saw a slip who was on their knees in a helmet, almost equally against slips, as close. Yeah, but I've never seen a slip fielder on their knees. Only the England batting coach Marcus Trescott used to employ that technique, so it's innovative.
When the ball's coming ankle high, I guess that gives you the best chance if your centre of gravity is low to the ground, so that's why you'll see the odd player at times on their knees trying to get as low as possible. Bouncer from Robinson. You don't really have to worry about that here in Wellington. The bounce has been good. Generally, everything's carried through. But it also shows perhaps that England think that the surface has lost a little bit of pace from previous days, so they've had to bring that third slip a lot closer than what is normal.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said, if you're going to have a fielder in that position, then they have to be in the game to catch one. And so there's no point having a third slip so it looks token aggressive. You've got to get them in a position where you think, well, we have to have the ability to at least create an opportunity to take a chance.
Right.
219 for 3. Well, look at the numbers for Kane Williamson. They're outstanding. 92 tests. He's top of the tree now in terms of runs scored in Test cricket for New Zealand. Great average, above 53. Of course, scored 100 on debut way back in 2010 against India. 25 centuries, the most by a New Zealander. And was an excellent Test captain, a very good record as well. Quite remarkable numbers for New Zealand's best. Of course, captain when New Zealand won the World Test Championship, the inaugural World Test Championship. Those numbers from a batting point of view are exceptional.
Yeah, 33 years of age, Kane Williamson. You'd be hoping to push on to that 10,000 run mark. New Zealand would need him in the future, I think, and hopefully there'll be some great years ahead of him. I said no New Zealanders even got near 10,000. It'd be great to see Williamson push on somewhere near that.
Interesting change. Just a couple of overs of Jimmy Anderson, and Jack Leach is into the attack. A good day yesterday, 2 for 59 from his 31 overs. It's a heavy workload for the left-arm spinner. And I think he's going to have an important role to do from that end, Adelaide Road end. And it means that Ben Stokes can rotate his fast bowlers from The R.A. Vance stand in. Ben Stokes in at leg slip, which was an interesting position yesterday. Bondi, it sort of came and went, and they couldn't quite get exactly where they wanted that leg slip to go, but he was in the game.
Now the leg slip's in position for that line, the straight line around the corner, just to turn around the corner. But Nichols showed an inclination to sweep, and then Stokes, as he has now, just moves back to that short fine leg position. Maybe the line then changes to a touch wider to encourage the sweep shot. Short fine leg being a catcher in play.
There goes the sweep. Well played by Nichols.
I don't mind that line from Leach. We saw a couple of balls turn sharply out of the air. It questions, the batsman's got a question, where's it going to turn, is it not going to turn? It can attack the stumps. Nichols has decided when it's that line and it's not threatening the stumps, I'm going to sweep.
That was a tough line to defend yesterday with that turn and bounce, so Nichols has gone for the aggressive approach. Shot he plays really well, that conventional sweep. Leg slip comes silly mid off and slip and play for the right-handed Williamson. No one back on the leg side. All players up inside the imaginary circle. Just the one fielder at deep cover point offering protection.
It's a credit to Jack Leach and his control of line yesterday. New Zealand didn't employ, or Kane Williamson didn't employ a sweep shot at all, even though there's the carrot there with no deep backward square leg. I'm sure if Leach drifted outside leg stump, Kane Williamson would sweep, but he didn't drift down there at all. Such was his consistency yesterday.
It's a nice comfortable single out to that sweeper. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson's been an interesting one. I just felt that perhaps he's been down a touch on speeds in the second innings. Yeah, he has different spells throughout the second innings. Down 3.5, 4K. Doesn't sound like a lot, Bondi, but 3 or 4K is quite a lot over a spell.
Just saw Jimmy Anderson doing sort of a glute hamstring stretch there down at backward point, and yesterday he did clutch at the hamstring once, and we asked questions. Obviously the ground's heavy, he had issues with the run-in, so whether he's just got a little bit of hamstring tightness and it's just creating a few issues for him, or it's just the fact that he's been asked to come back spell after spell after spell, you'd naturally see a little bit of dip in pace.
No dip in terms of the areas and the challenge that he's presenting to the batters, but I guess at the age of 40 you're allowed a little bit of a dip in terms of your speed. Left alone. End of Jack Leach's first over. 2-2-2 for 3.
Four runs, just 4 runs the difference. Very, very impressive comeback from New Zealand. 222 for 3, that rings a bell. Well, the old cliche of Nelson and double Nelson, 222. all playing a miss. England so desperately needs to find the edge. A couple of times this morning it's been mighty close, but still no cigar.
Favoured shot of Henry Nicholls. Can he continue? Put it away.
It's a favourite shot of many left-handers. It's the old traditional angle. There's a lot of opportunities right there. If you've got the right length and just that little bit of width, and, you know, the back foot forcing shot, the cut shot, they're strengths of virtually every high-class left-hander. Oh, yes! The breakthrough comes. The play and the miss is followed all too soon by the nick and the juggled catch. Took 2 or 3 or even 4 attempts before that ball was resting safely in the hands of Harry Brook, but the breakthrough has indeed come.
Has good composure. Horrible feeling as a fielder. The bobble, the juggle, off the chin, into the hands. And Harry Brook manages to hold on. And it's the first breakthrough of the morning for England. Henry Nicholls goes 29. New Zealand now 2-2-2 for 4.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 279, Daryl Mitchell.
Well, England needed the breakthrough. Double Nelson supplies it, 222. Oh, there's a rarity for you. But it means we have a new man at the crease in Daryl Mitchell. So Robinson finally rewarded for all his efforts, but dare I say it, only just. Harry Brook juggling his way eventually to the catch. Off the hands, back onto the chest. Lucky it comes back towards the hands again. Oh dear, the agony. Yeah, Joe Root patting him on the chest exactly where it bounced off, back into the hands. So will that open a door for England? Will there be more resistance? This New Zealand batting lineup goes a long way down the order. But England would have been looking for that breakthrough, hoping for inspiration from it. Anderson leaves the field, though. A lot of speculation as to whether or not there's just a gentle niggle somewhere with the hamstring. So for Mitchell, all-out attack. Short leg is there, a short extra cover, 3 slips and a fine gully. Good line, good length, good leave. Yeah, this length of Ollie Robinson, it's nagging, isn't it? It's persistent. Nicholls couldn't quite get it going down. He fended at it gently, tried his best to drop the hands on it, drop the wrists on it, but it carried nicely to Harry Brook, who then gave palpitations to all in the same postcode as they watched it bobble in and out and off the chest and back into his hands again.
Yeah, just an unfortunate patch of poor decision making, really. Henry Nicholls, ball before, flashing the hands at one. He could have easily left alone, admonished himself for that, and then very next ball, it is a surface that has got that bounce and carry. You can leave on length, but once again Nicholls drawn into the shot, followed it with the hands and it carried through comfortably.
And a straighter this time, and that gives Mitchell the chance to nudge it round the corner for 2. In fact, almost more. Robertson does so well to protect his own bowling figures with that diving stop, that slightly wild throw. 2-2-4 for 4.
This is outstanding from Robinson. Gets back, throws the hands out at it. The fast bowler on the charge. Saved 4 here, Ollie Robinson.
He did well, as I say, protecting his own bowling figures, which currently stand at 1 for 39 from his 19 overs. Well, it's been extraordinary when you think about it, that the England trio, Anderson, Robinson, Broad, hadn't picked up a wicket until then. So the 91st over of this second innings for New Zealand. Anyway, between them, they're off the mark. Leach has 2 for 62. Two for 63.
And of course that was first wicket of the test match for Ollie Robinson as well. He's toiled away. I actually think he's been really good with ball in hand, asked a lot of questions of the batters. As you mentioned, just that nagging length, there or thereabouts, a little bit of seam movement, some extra bounce. Expected him to be a real handful on the surface, so to think it's taken 31 overs to get that first breakthrough.
Yeah, he has been a handful. Well, Leach has to have a lot of overs to bowl today, given the nature of things out there. Bowled well yesterday. Well, that's one of those ones where, with the ball looping downwards, you don't quite get there. You get that firm push of the ball, and it's hard to control.
Yeah, he has been able to deceive the New Zealanders in the flight somewhat. There's been quite a few occasions where the players have come down and just not been able to get to the pitch of it.
Yeah, ducky, ducky, ducky.
Yeah, I mean, that's in a set. Well, it is the way he got out in the first innings, but from the crease rather than down the pitch. Applause around a slightly less populated Basin Reserve today, as the weekend is now drawn to a close. But still decent crowd in. Applause for the fact that scores are now level.
Oh, that's brilliantly cheap.
Yeah, the nice thing is that New Zealand will say, oh, good scorecard, 226 for 4, lots to come. England will say, none for 4. Good luck.
Oh, mate.
226 for 4. Well, England have had 92 overs in this innings in the field. Obviously a few more, maybe a lot more still to come. Who knows how many exactly. That first wicket of the day gives renewed hope and optimism to them in the field. The four seam bowlers all discussing how to get the second wicket. It's not a short conversation either, by the look of it, or by the sound of it. So Robinson, the wicket taker, Broad and Anderson, the senior bowlers and chief advisors. Stokes, of course, as captain. Big input, and he knows his stuff as well. And the upshot is that nothing much changes. Stokes goes back to the leg slip. I guess that's an encouragement for Robinson to bowl just a little bit straighter. If Mitchell's leaving it well, which he started doing so, but you know, the art of batting, concentration is making sure you do that each and every time. But if he's leaving it well and you want to try and aim for those stumps, the danger is you get the odd nudge onto the onside for runnings. I suppose the leg slip, well, the leg slip sort of puts another thought into a batsman's head. So instead of the 3 slips in the gully, it's the 3 slips and the leg slip. Plus, of course, Ollie Pope at slightly deep short leg. Nice shot. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Nicely timed. Broad gives chase yet again. You've got to give Stuart Broad heavy plaudits. Last night he was diving at the boundary edge right at the end of a long day. Here we are this morning giving chase and just pulling it up just inside the rope again. Full marks.
A lovely piece of timing, though, from Daryl Mitchell, and an excellent chase, as you mentioned, by Stuart Broad, putting in the big ones. A+ for effort. That's the spot for mine that makes Ollie Robinson difficult to play, is that fuller length, drawing batters into the shot, and then he's got the ability to extract that extra bounce, also get the ball seaming around.
Yeah, there's an object lesson here, I think, for any bowler, in fact. Either team here, anyone around the world, just control of line and length. Robinson has such a, actually a relatively easy action, I think. He's just got good rhythm. Only Superman can save our world now. Okay. I shall look into the skies to see if he's on his way. Two to 9 for 4. Looks an absolute picture, doesn't it, today? Gorgeous sunshine, gentle breeze. The windy city has mellowed slightly today. All the supporters' flags just draped around the ground. And they're just fluttering relatively gently in this relatively gentle breeze. Fans of all hues arrived here today. Travelling contingent. Lovers of football as much as of cricket in many, many cases.
Oh, yes, both feet, brilliant in there, both feet.
Right, Leach to Mitchell. Pope is in there close again. I wonder if England can pull that sight screen trick again. And in case you weren't listening or watching the other day, the previous dismissal, first innings dismissal for Mitchell, was following a disturbance with the side screen, which was turned to the advertising horn. It was the last ball before tea, and Pope, very, very quick with the anticipation and the reaction. So a brilliant catch, although to be balanced, a couple here, there was a thought about encroachment. You are not allowed on the cut strip before the ball has been hit, so you've got to judge whether that right hand was over the strip before contact, in which case umpires could have intervened. Would have been harsh, but could have intervened. But what you do have to say, the commitment there from Pope was brilliant, the reactions were brilliant, and the catch was brilliant. But the side screen thing was different.
Yeah, just that little unwanted distraction so close to the break as well. Yeah, thoughts as a batter always turning to survival mode just to get through the last delivery.
Oh!
Little gasps and groans around the stumps. 2:31 for 4. Yeah, I'd have been miffed if I was Mitchell, I have to say. Encroachment or no encroachment, just that disturbance, that one ball you got to go until tea, and the side screen's turned to the advertising hoarding correctly, so any chance we can have it back to that sort of light blue hue that the electronic side screen part has, and you can just face the final ball. But it's something you've got to do actually as a batsman, just to clear the mind. You've got to, whatever the distraction, clear the mind.
From the RA stand in, James Anderson.
It's not the hometown advantage that you want, is it? The side screen changing on you when you're batting.
Are you suggesting that it's a valuable tactic and a valid tactic if England are batting?
Ask me tomorrow when they're into the chase.
If it's, it could be fun. If it's, 8 down, 8-9 down, 10 runs to go in the chase. Classic finish just around the corner. And you've got, Farag Mukabi nipping downstairs, flicking that switch, which turns the side screen from blank to advertising hoarding. ICC will have to get involved. Match referee will be sweating.
So you're saying my career as a sight screen operator could be effective but short-lived?
Well, let me put it this way. If you want to offer career advice, I'd stick to what you're doing because you do so well. This is just so good. So fine, stick to this. And we'll have a non-controversial, happy, friendly, tight finish to enjoy, maybe.
Sounds the perfect way to spend day 5, that's for sure.
Well, what we do is lovely, isn't it? It's good. It's also a good stop. Stokes still down. Is that pain? That left knee is not good. Whatever he does, it seems, that left knee seems to come under pressure. It's a nice shot. Good high hands, and then down he goes on both knees, but it's the left knee that'll feel it for sure. Cracking shot. Daryl Mitchell unleashes on the up just outside off stump, and he gave it a full go.
Have some of that from Daryl Mitchell. On the up, hands right through the ball. It's just excellent from Daryl Mitchell, almost out of nowhere as well. Been very patient, very disciplined to start his innings. And felt he had a scoring opportunity and took it with both hands.
Good stop. Almost had enough timing on it just to get past Broad at mid-on, but not quite. Now, it will be interesting to see how Anderson gets on here, because we've seen him just stretching and apparently trying to manage what might be just a little niggle in a hamstring or something like that. Oh, Daryl Mitchell looks as though he's treating Jimmy Anderson as a lowly medium pacer, you know, making his debut aged 18, rather than the experienced wily campaigner aged 40 with hundreds of test wickets to his name. Best part of 700.
Right there!
236 for 4. Well, Mitchell seemed to up his game there, didn't he? Just by the look of it, it's manageable. And by the look of it, it's seam at one end. Robinson first, Anderson next, Broad lined up, of course, for later, and spin at the other.
I expect Jack Leach to have a big workload today. Allow Ben Stokes just to cycle through his fast bowlers at the other end. He's had a decent workload already in this test match, up over 50 overs bowled for the test. First time that's happened in Wellington since 2015. Sri Lankan spinner.
Go on, Frankie.
Herath.
You can.
I
Right.
thought you were.
Rangana Herath. Yeah,
That's
sorry.
the one.
I'm still going back to previous eras in my mind. You see, time flies, you know, when you get past a certain stage. Yeah, well, both actually Herath, of course, outstanding at home in Sri Lanka, and not averse to bowling a lot of overs. Leach actually in the last 12 months or so, England's Tour of the Caribbean, March last year, a lot of overs down there. And so he's certainly not averse to it. He's certainly capable of bowling those overs. But the thing, the added extra, as it were, is just getting maybe a little bit more turn from somewhere. We've seen a bit of flight, not as much as I would like, but that's just being very picky. So let's see if we can get that ball to turn. And of course, you know, wickets are key here.
Yeah, mate. Yeah,
Pleased to hear he likes bowling a lot of overs, because he's got a wee way to go to get to the most overs bowled by a spinner in a test at the Basin Reserve. 89.3 by Nick Cook, 1984.
Nicholas Grant Bilson Cook of Leicestershire and England. Right, Joe Root dons the helmet. Where's he gone to? He's going to be close and praying. And he's up again. What's he done? Okay, look away now. Look away now. This is not going to be pretty. Could be a vital piece of equipment. Yep, there it comes. Now you see it, now you don't. Stick it. Oh, hang on. Put it back in place. Now there's something you don't see often. Ooh, a little bit of grip there for Leach. That's a little bit more encouraging. All I can suggest that if Joe Root has a magic routine he wants to take on stage, that it just ups the act a little bit from that.
Oh, that's lovely bowling, that one.
236 for 4.
Well, New Zealand's first task this morning, get ahead of England. It's just a very slender lead right now. They have lost 1 wicket, however. Kane Williamson still there. Some attacking shots from Daryl Mitchell, mind you, at the other end. And Anderson continuing. Very good morning to Mark Richardson. A couple of chances and opportunities, half chances still being created.
Yeah, I thought the new ball might have offered a little bit more. A very good piece of bowling that got rid of Nicholls, but the ball wasn't flying past the bat all the time. I'd say, what is it now? It's 16 overs old. By about 20 overs, it should be starting to flatten out. I think what Mitchell's doing is really good. He's got to keep moving it on. There, Nicholls was in for a graft and no issues there. Williamson will just play as Williamson does, but really handy in this stage to have a player who, while he's out there, will keep the runs ticking over.
And showed resistance here in Mount Maunganui. A bit in a losing cause. Scored well against England in the past. Absolutely clubbed away. Aggressive intent is there, that's for sure. It's coming off the experienced bowling of Jimmy Anderson.
Wow, he's just come out decided that he wants to wally it. He's just climbed into that. Ollie Robinson didn't see it, but he had no chance anyway. And that was only just short of a length, so he's come out pumped up, Mitchell.
Correct in defence. He's got the ability to absolutely muscle the ball. Extraordinary shot earlier through the offside. Crashed away off Anderson. Competitive instincts are strong there. Oh, how nice is that? Straight lofted drive down the ground. Two boundaries in this over. That was cleanly struck.
Goodness. The way this series has gone, you'd be forgiven for thinking England's batting at the moment.
Glorious full face of the bat, the follow through, hold the pose.
I think you said something that was just spot on there, and that he's a good competitive spirit. And I think that's what brings the best out in Mitchell. There's some players who just like to just go within themselves and just bat and worry about themselves, their process.
It helps when you have a former Black Caps, All Blacks coach as a father. 244-4.
Yeah, and then there's other players who you need a one-on-one battle. You need to eyeball the bowler, get a couple of falls away, get a gobful from the bowler, and that gets you going. You're in it. It's right, you and me, pal. And then the next bowler, and find those little battles out there to motivate you, make you work really hard.
A lot of overs being bowled by Jack Leach. And Stokes is needing him to play a big role here when he himself is not part of this bowling attack, not an active part of it. Only 2 overs yesterday. Stokes seemingly struggling with the knee. Even in the field we've seen him look pained when he's fielded the ball at times. Oh, now some inside edge onto pad, some excitement.
He just got in an awkward area. He was playing for it to turn a little bit, it didn't, and then he couldn't get to the ball. No harm done though, no one in there.
There's a little Fuller outside that off stump. Notice Joe Root down on his knees in that position. Close into Kane Williamson. Just makes sure that he's nice and low. The idea being that it's easy to take a catch if the ball just drops straight down off the edge of the bat. Change though with Mitchell on strike. Mid off, mid on, dropping back deep. Still keeping Ollie Pope in at silly point. Root conventionally at slip. Well, that's been nicely played, controlled. Stuart Broad has some ground to make up. Going back for a second.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he exposed a lot of the stumps there, Mitchell. Needed to hit this.
He executed it very well in the end. The dampness of the outfield there as well. Slides in the divots. That crouching position rig, something I remember Marcus Trescothick doing in the county game. Before then he saw England employ it in a test match. Just keeping the fielders crowding the bat when Williamson's on strike.
Oh, yeah, mate. Love it, Nut. Love it, Nut.
The feet, you wonder if he's thinking about popping Leach down the ground.
Well, I like where Stokes is. I think that's a good field too. So if he does come down with hard hands and then block it and it's past Pope, it could carry all the way to Stokes.
On to Broad once more. Brings the 250 up for New Zealand. The lead is 24. 250 for 4.
250 runs for New Zealand.
This has been much more like it from the New Zealand point of view, in particular that opening partnership yesterday by Latham and Conway. Worth 149, Williamson and Nichols. partnership worth 55, but it was broken by Ollie Robinson. The only wicket to have fallen today so far. Kane Williamson began the day 4 runs away from passing Ross Taylor as New Zealand's all-time leading run scorer in Test cricket. And he passed it, his first scoring shot, a boundary. Right, Broad back into the attack, replacing James Anderson. About Kane Williamson, though, Mark, in his, well, very muted. Well, that wasn't even a celebration, really, was there? Barely an acknowledgement of the incredible milestone that he passed.
No, maybe a raised eyebrow. But, yeah, and then that's Kane Williamson. Well, yeah, it'd be lovely if you could acknowledge the applause of the crowd, because it means plenty to those who are there as well, and New Zealand fans as well. But, like, even hundreds, I just think he views it as, well, it's just something on the way to whatever the hell I end up with. What's the big deal, everyone?
Must be the most humble human being you can meet, who is elite in their sport.
Hundreds are like, well, it's just gone past a figure that is on the way to whatever I score today.
And his task today is to bat for as long as he can, get a score that helps New Zealand to win a Test match. As if that was ultimately maybe the only thing that he's thinking about.
Yeah, I don't think Kane Williamson will actually sit down and appreciate just what he has achieved until probably months after his eventual retirement, maybe years. And then one day he'll just sit up and he'll go, wow, I was quite good, wasn't I?
I was all right at cricket.
Tells a great story about that final at Lord's, the World Cup final, the one we don't speak of.
Over the top. Almost plugging, rather, damp ground. I'm surprised you brought it up, Mark.
Well, the World Cup that New Zealand wasn't awarded. Let's say that they didn't lose it. They just weren't awarded it on a technicality. But he was out there doing his business as captain, trying to run the show. You know, every ball, what has to happen. Game gets played, that's the result. He said it wasn't until hours after, and he was sitting by himself, just with maybe some security, a security person, on the balcony at Lord's. Hours after it, and I think they'd even switched the lights out. It was dark. And he just said, all of a sudden it dawned on him everything that happened over the last sort of 8 hours. And he stood up and let out a loud expletive.
Sharp single. Backed up again. Anderson there in the field that time.
So I think what's happening out in the middle for him, going past milestones, bringing up hundreds and whatever it is, I think they're just little points along this journey that I don't even think he quite knows where it's leading.
He's 32. He's still got as much Test cricket left in him as he wants. Already more Test hundreds than any other New Zealander, and right up there amongst the very best leaders in the world. That World Cup final played his part in the most extraordinary, incredible match of all time. Actually, player of the match in that World Final as well, because there was a clip, wasn't there, that was put around afterwards of somebody from the ICC going up to him, and I'm sure he was perhaps player of the match, or sorry, player of the tournament. And he was caught just mouthing me. He just couldn't quite believe that he was good enough to be player of the tournament at a World Cup.
Well, he'd probably forgotten all the other scores already. Stokes would have been the player of the match.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching it obviously here in New Zealand and thinking, it was hard to be disappointed, because you just felt as a cricket enthusiast you just witnessed the greatest game of cricket ever.
conflict of emotions, that's for sure. Yeah, truly incredible performance by Ben Stokes in what was a golden summer, because then he achieved incredible feats at Headingley, test match in the Ashes as well, not long after. Solid again from Williamson. The lead 27 then, 253 for 4. I was sent out to the Oval, home of Surrey County Cricket Club, the morning after the night before, as it were, for England bringing the World Cup trophy out onto the ground. There was a whole host of kids from local schools invited to come out and meet the players, and I can tell you there were a lot of dark sunglasses and cups of coffee being clutched. Well, time for a bit of Joe Root. We've had Leach whirling away from the scoreboard end of the ground. And it's a bit of a procession. Bowlers coming on, coming off. Ollie Robinson has exited the field, so got Matthew Potts on as a substitute for the moment. Always going to be hard yards when you have been forced to follow on, particularly when it's been a much more impressive performance with the bat from the opposition. Beautiful batting day today. Are you out there looking at the pitch before play today? Very much enjoyed your description of desiccated this morning. Was that to do with the grassy surface?
Yeah, the leaf is desiccated.
Oh, it's been well played. Anderson not able to chase back. Selected the shot early, executed well.
Yeah, it's good for Mitchell. He's been playing some shots, but none of it looking reckless. He doesn't want to defend to the spinners. He got out defending in the first innings. There's players around the bat, so if you're a little bit worried about that, your defensive technique, let's say, you got to make sure you're ticking. You've got to make sure that you're demanding the bowler bowl different lines, different lengths to contain you. Yeah, so that's, I believe that's when as the leaf of the grass, and there's obviously grass growing in the pitch, as it dies, it opens up, desiccates. And here in particular, it gets a very white look.
Like coconut. Desiccated coconut.
Oh, there you go then. I'd never heard of that. But I'll use it as proof that there is such a thing. But when this gets a white look, this pitch, and then you know, okay, that's good for batting. All the grass is doing is offering a little bit of pace.
Go!
It's going to be safe. Well, I like the attacking approach that New Zealand are taking. 7 runs off this over already. The King just try and push this lead up now. Feels like there's a bit of a change in tempo.
Oh! Brilliant routine. Lovely, bud.
Williamson so often so secure.
Nice, fellas. Go.
Some turn for Root. Another 2 here for Kane Williamson. Partnership's worth 40 off 57. Some positive batting. The lead 36, and drinks being brought out to the basin reserve at 62 for 4.
It's now time for a Powerade drinks break. Powerade, hydrating the Black Caps. Well, folks, a reminder to follow the Black Caps on social media, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram and TikTok, at New Zealand Cricket on TikTok. And you can also follow all the action on the New Zealand Cricket app as well. Download it today for your app store to watch all video highlights, live scoring, all the action on the NZC app. And for discounted tickets, head to Cricket Nation, join Cricket Nation at nzc.nz/join.
New Zealand began the day still 24 runs behind England, having been asked to follow on. Kane Williamson passing historic landmark for him. New Zealand's leading run scorer in the history of Test cricket. Crucially, still there for them. And he's got Daryl Mitchell alongside him now, batting in really positive fashion to try and extend a lead, which is a slender one at the moment at 36. Well, this is the moment where Kane Williamson's legend became folklore. And the leading scorer of all time, New Zealand Test cricketers. Well, they're on their feet. Williamson, barely an acknowledgement, on with the job in hand. Calmness personified, as he has so often been in the course of clocking up all those runs. 25 Test hundreds to go along with them as well, 5 of them doubles. But those are the legends of New Zealand cricket. The runs scored, Williamson now sits atop.
Yeah, it's the average as well. And if anyone wants to argue who's been the greatest, yeah, many people would argue Martin Crowe, very significant New Zealand cricketer, I think, in terms of significance. Brendan McCullum, Stephen Fleming, a fantastic leader and experienced some of New Zealand's finest Test victories. Brendan McCullum, of course, 300. But I think Kane Williamson, when you look at his average, in terms of looking at them as pure batters alone, he sits atop the tree as New Zealand's best batter.
Spent so long, hasn't he, inside the top 10 of the ICC batting rankings. I wonder if you asked him, what his best, sort of most pleasing achievement has been. He would probably talk about a team achievement, wouldn't he? The World Test Championship win was so important, so significant for New Zealand and for New Zealand cricket and all those players that took part in it. And Ross Taylor, in fact, really quite emotional to achieve that before then retiring. He's very good at deflecting attention away from himself, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think very different character than Ross Taylor. I think Ross Taylor would very much goal-driven. I think when he had a chance to go to the top, it would have definitely got him out of bed in the morning as he got a little older. Kane, it'd be there, but probably not. It's like, well, what's the job today? I think what gets him out of bed is, what's the job today?
Through the gap, crisply played by Mitchell. He's really come out here with fabulous intent.
Gee, great timing too. Well, I know it's early days, but as far as the innings go, he's playing a little blinder.
His first hour and a half of play could dictate a lot about which way this match should go. Just got there. It would have swung a lot quicker, a lot more decisively if it was wickets that fell. At the moment, they've got a chance to, over in the next few hours, shift momentum if these two stay together and keep scoring at this sort of tempo.
From a New Zealand perspective, he's making me a little skittery and a bit jumpy up here when he faces Leach. I don't think he wants to defend. I think he is affected by those guys around the bat, so he's going to attack him.
For Williamson, some more changes. There's two fielders on the leg side. Here for the off spinner to the right-hander.
At the other end, Williamson's worked really hard, but I just sense that he's starting to really get in now in his own mind. And you can see a difference in intent. Now he's trying to find areas around the field to score. Trying to propel the ball into gaps.
Yeah.
50-run stand between these two. It's come a decent lick as well. So much of that due to the way Mitchell has played.
Yeah, really good partnership. And Daryl Mitchell was, I think, really helping Kane Williamson. You can see he scored the vast majority of them, but just sense with Williamson early on in his innings, and especially yesterday, it was all about defence, all about getting organised. Played some nice shots, but now I just sense he's in that accumulation phase that he can get into. 272 for 4.
Well, it's been a gorgeous day for batting. Clear blue sky, warmth in the air. I'm still feeling that if a good ball, we would be able to take wickets with the new one. Crucially, Kane Williamson was there through that period when the ball was still very new at the start of the day. Only 3 overs had been bowled with it last night. We've had spin, had Leach and Root. Or Stuart Broad. 12 overs so far. Wicketless this innings, 575. His tally sits on for his career. Keeping 2 back in the deep for Williamson. A leg slip in place.
From the Adelaide Road in, Stuart Broad.
Needs to be a little careful popping one back to the bowler. Broad with a pretty healthy follow through that delivery.
I've never quite understood the fast bowling mentality.
There should be comfortably 2.
I never understood why, if you haven't played a great shot, they feel the need to admonish you, to growl at you. I thought that's what they wanted you to do.
Because you wouldn't know yourself that, you know, that wasn't exactly what you would have ideally have intended. Part of the theatre, isn't it? Some bowlers maybe need a little more theatre around them than others.
Well, some of, if they're all over you, they say nothing. They just get on with it. It's not an issue. Others, if you're playing well, then they spark up because they want to try to upset you.
Soft hands, trademark of Kane Williamson throughout his career. Plays the ball so late.
Yeah, well, Williamson's soft hands have saved him here without a doubt. This was a genuine edge. Bounced a little too, hit high on the bat. You just see, and I think combine it with just how lightly he holds the bat, and where he's hit this. And a little bit of angle as well, so maybe not a genuine edge.
Might give Broad a little bit of encouragement. Bit of extra bounce surprising Williamson. So we've had an edge. Bit of extra bounce. Calls from England fans just acknowledging Williamson in this moment, a little uncomfortable. But still he keeps it down. Well, this is the man whose career tally Kane Williamson passed today. Ross Taylor sending his congratulations. And here's to many more indeed. New Zealand fans all over be hoping to see a lot more of Kane Williamson.
Yeah, nice. Nice, nice from Ross Taylor. What's wrong with the phone call nowadays as well?
You have to do it publicly. You have to do it all publicly. I might find there's a message on his phone as well when he gets back in the dressing room. At least you'd like to think. 274 for 4.
Lovely shot over the top of Wellington College. Looking out to the basin and the city of Wellington rising in the background beneath the hills. It's a lovely day here. Slight breeze from the north. Calm. Day dawned very brightly indeed, but a cloud hovering around at the moment. Grey candy floss clouds above the ground, but spirits are high here. Daryl Mitchell has come out with some necessary aggression. Bit of a statement innings this from Daryl Mitchell. Oh, looking to sweep. It's a risky proposition. Jack Leach has shown his effectiveness. And that bounce is still hard to read. Good afternoon, Frankie Mackay.
Thanks, Scotty. Managed to navigate my way down the stairs. No incidents, which is always positive. And Mitchell has managed to get away with that little top edge without incident as well. Just again, that extra bounce is what makes it dangerous. Makes it difficult to play. That is the area of the ground that is, it's open, it's free scoring. It's what Daryl Mitchell's looked to do so far throughout the morning.
A lot of people talk about Kane Williamson being in his own world out there, but he's got such great cricket awareness. He will be completely on top of the game situation. Play and a miss, and there's an appeal for a stumping here, or is it a caught behind? We're going to have a look. Absolutely no hesitation here in going up.
Stumping. Have checked this is a field delivery. Move on to spin win, please.
Kane Williamson just muttering to himself. We'll have a look. Appeal for a stumping here.
Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm with the ultra edge. Roll forward, roll forward, roll forward. Yeah, missed the bat. Please give me the bus side on. Foot is out of the crease. Roll back, roll forward. Yeah, yeah. Do you have another angle for me, please? Is it possible to give me the split screen?
Not out.
Yeah, waiting for the split screen. Still waiting for the split screen. Yes. Slowly roll back. Yeah, yeah. Roll back. Yeah. Forward, forward, forward. Yeah. Yeah. I made my decision.
And the basin lets out a collective exhalation of relief. Worth a shout, and millimetres in it, but Kane Williamson survives the appeal. Aleem Dar checking every mode of dismissal. It was close to the bat, and ultimately it was a great delivery.
It's a great piece of bowling from Jack Leach. The ability to deceive Kane Williamson in the flight, then get the turn and the bounce to beat the outside edge. Williamson lunging forward, trying to cover the spin.
And that's loose. A bit of a let-off for Kane Williamson, who would have been still feeling the pressure. The heart returning to its rightful place. I make a point about Williamson being in control of the game situation, that we scare aside, but also having Daryl Mitchell at the other end, Frank, and watching Mitchell advance the game, allowing Williamson just to settle into his rhythm and say, well, this is the way I'm going to play. But it's encouraging watching my mate at the other end take to this attack. He's playing the demoralisation role, and I will be the consistent presence.
Oh, lovely, mate. Brilliant.
Yeah, well, it actually takes a little bit of skill as well to not get wrapped up in what Daryl Mitchell's doing. As the tempo of the game starts to change, because of the way Mitchell's played, it's very easy to find yourself getting wrapped up in it. Just able to get that foot back.
It's the last ball of the over. Excitement all round here. It's 2-7-7 for 4.
And I think we've seen that a little bit with Joe Root in recent series. There's been that desire to push the game on and take it forward. And when you're batting with someone who's scoring at a strike rate of well over 100, it's almost easy to just get wrapped up in that and feel like that's how you want to start playing as well. So to have the skill of Williamson to just be able to, as we term it, get into that batting bubble and just bat and bat and bat some more, actually a great skill to have.
The Roundabout of Dreams, the Basin Reserve. R.A. Vance stand, iconic. The museum stand, recently refurbished. The groundsman's house on the top left there of the ground. Stuart Broad steaming in from the southern end. Great crowd still here on a Monday. That's a lot of people who have phoned in sick today. Respect. New Zealand's lead has crawled past 50. 52 here. After a sensational, spirited fight yesterday. Tone was set by Tim Southey, who came and sprayed sixes around the place early in the morning. Follow on enforced. That will be a topic of conversation throughout the day and possibly into tomorrow if we get that far. Percentages well and truly in Ben Stokes' favour by enforcing the follow on. There are still some analysts and pundits around the Basin Reserve, and there's plenty here, who are still questioning whether that may have been the right call. It was a very heavy outfield. The bowlers' run-ups waterlogged yesterday. Hard graft indeed.
There might be a couple of English bowlers starting to question it as well as it draws out. Bowled 53.2 overs New Zealand's first innings, now 103.3. Just a little 10 minutes in between. You've got the ability to keep them out there for another 50 overs. There will be some tired bodies and some frustrated bowlers going around as well.
Oh, that's past the bat. Just held its line. Stuart Broad has let out some frustration verbally here.
Yeah, that's a great sign if you're the New Zealand side. There is still enough in the surface, and that is an absolute peach from Stuart Broad. You see the reaction of Williamson, the very obvious reaction from Stuart Broad. Wicketless into his 14th over.
And he's done plenty of work in the field as well. Hasn't shirked in that department. Driven, but not well timed this time. Yeah, it was tough graft yesterday. The covers had been on, the regulation covers had been on the batsman's run-up the night before last, as Wellington experienced around about 25 mils of rain. So there are regulation covers, 10 metres up those bowler run-ups. Not even enough, and because of the sloping nature of the ground, the water can get underneath, and ground staff, for all their skill, can't do much about that. So that's the end of the 104th over of this innings. It's 278 for 4. you pinpoint Duck Island ice cream? That shot, Frank? Find out where that is.
Oh, if I can't pick it out on the map, I just need to follow my nose. That'll get me there.
Whanganui Atara looking lovely today, really. Beautiful, calm day. A little bit of cloud, but nothing threatening. Breeze from the north. To the harbour. Bluebridge Ferry there. Jeez, they've had some issues, haven't they, on the Cook Strait crossings. Ferries. Not essentially that one. I hope that a few of our crew get to experience a Cook Strait crossing, hopefully with 40 knots of breeze and a 4-metre swell. Just to get a real sample of what it's like on a good day. No, it's a great time. It's a lovely trip. Crossing the strait and into the beautiful Marlborough Sounds. Nothing quite like it in this country. Leach continuing. Noticed this morning, Frank, you had a wander around the pitch and we talked a little bit about those indentations, the scalloping. Quite often get here at the basin. It seems more pronounced at one end than the other. It's one end that Leach is bowling to now. Just felt like there was a little bit more there. Perhaps at the R.A. Vance end.
Yeah, I had the feeling that that end potentially was a little bit softer to start with. Maybe a slightly more grass cover. There's just been, you often see it in New Zealand, because of the grass cover on the surface, you do look like little scallops in the surface, just because it's basically pushing the grass down as the ball's bowled into it, hard new ball. And then every now and again, we have actually seen at the Basin Reserve surface this time, is that the ball has actually gone slightly through the top, so it's taken a little bit of the pitch out as the ball's landed. So it's just meant that perhaps there is that chance that you are going to get a little bit more variation in the bounce if you're able to hit either side of those little divots.
Hey, nice buddy.
It's a good lead from Mitchell. He's composed here today. Spoke to his father John last night, actually. Nice to hear from him, still coaching rugby. Just coming forward and throwing the hands out at that one, safely though. Very proud, obviously, of his son, the career he's forging here for his country. Two around the bat for Williamson. Three, in fact. Slip and one on the knees, one in front of the bat, and Williamson still manages to find a way through the maze. 281 for 4. Partnership of 59 between Mitchell and Williamson. Taylor 2 innings in many ways this. Mitchell 44 from 45. Williamson has now been out in the middle for 4 hours exactly. 144 balls he's faced, 49 runs to his name. Mitchell on strike.
Just that step down the crease again from Daryl Mitchell, looking to try and take that length away from Stuart Broad. Been very proactive in how he's gone about things, Daryl Mitchell. 5 boundaries so far in his innings, but it's just been looking like he wants to be scoring. He's taken the aggressive attacking route.
Yeah, slowed up noticeably over the last 10 minutes or so. That's nice, full face of the bat. Straight back to Broad.
Yeah, they bob well. And what they've done is they've had right fielders in the right places. They've been able to back each other up. Good piece of fielding off his own bowling, Stuart Broad. But there's been Jimmy Anderson at mid-off, who's pulled off a couple of diving saves. Stop runs being scored down the ground. And so I think the intent to score is still there. He's maybe reined it in slightly, gone away from that reckless edge.
That's in the air, and it's through. Leapt over the top of it. Mitchell gets away with one.
And you've got the 2 fast bowlers on a knee now. Jimmy Anderson, the desperate dive coming forward. Stuart Broad ended up mid-pitch on a knee, hoping, willing that this would carry. Just looks like that sits in the surface ever so slightly. Can't quite get there, Jimmy Anderson. Just can't quite get the hands underneath it.
That is genuine frustration for Stuart Broad and for that man there who looks skyward. I don't think they were tears, but maybe.
Yes.
Passionate man. Gets high on it. Mitchell.
Just that delivery before, there's the hint that perhaps that's just sat in the surface, just as it's been delivered. We've been talking about the scalloping. You can just see, just takes a little chunk out of the surface, grass gets pushed up the other way, and that's just enough to hold the ball in the surface. So you can see it's come out of the middle of the bat from Daryl Mitchell. He's lined it up perfectly, but it's just not arrived as quickly as he would have expected. And that's just enough to get him early through the shot and have that ball catching height almost to mid-off.
Guided on the 45, just for one. Williamson on 49. Those reaction shots so beautifully captured by our crew. It just shows range of emotions out here. The stoicism of Kane Williamson, the expectation of this English side, creating opportunities, desire to take wickets. And the dismay at a missed opportunity. Stuart Broad in again. Straight to the fielder, no run there. 284 for 4. That's the workload. 20 overs apiece for Anderson and Robinson. Jack Leach has bowled 39 overs in this innings already. 2 wickets in return. Robinson the 1. Joe Root the 1 wicket. 10 overs for him. 49 overs of spin bowling so far in New Zealand's second innings. Lead is 58.
Nice moving, Brookie. Brilliant.
Down the grounds, Daryl Mitchell hammers it for 6. 7th Test half century for Daryl Mitchell, his 5th against the English and his 4th in New Zealand.
And what a way to bring it up as well. A real shot of authority from Daryl Mitchell. Dances down the wicket to Jack Leach and puts it up into the stands.
Nice played shot that time. Good control from Mitchell. Aggressive shot to go past 50 and then just rocks back. Plays in complete control.
That's, I think, when he plays his best. When he can find that mix between the aggression and wanting to dominate the game, but also batting a long period of time. So it's that controlled aggression you love to see from Daryl Mitchell. Means he gets into great strong positions to be able to attack and defend the ball, thinking clearly and eliminating risks.
Once again, that man on his knees, genuflecting before Kane Williamson. Assume they put that man there in for Williamson, take him out for Mitchell.
Yeah, so that's just a sign of how late Kane's able to play the ball. Ability to defend the ball down.
Straight through, again straight to the fielder. James Anderson makes no mistake, and Williamson remains on 49.
That's the delivery you don't want to see, though. If you're Joe Root there on your knees, you do not like to see short and a bit wide dished up to someone who plays the late cut so well. It's almost a close your eyes and hope moment.
There it is. 34th Test half century for New Zealand's greatest ever Test batsman. 292 for 4. Partnership of 70 now, of 99 deliveries. Mitchell 54, Williamson 50. New Zealand's lead is 66. Daryl Mitchell today, Frankie Mackay came out with intent, a real spark plug innings to start.
Yeah, he's come out and looked to impose himself on the game, looked to really dominate the English bowlers and not let the new bowlers settle whenever they've come into the attack. He's looked to take them on. Been an excellent innings so far from Daryl Mitchell. Still a lot of work to go, a lot of work to do, but I think he's got himself into a good frame of mind, that slightly combative frame of mind where you think Daryl Mitchell's at his best.
Brought to Williamson. Whipped away by Kane Williamson. That is a shot of authority.
And that's good signs for Williamson too. Just slightly short from Stuart Broad. Looking to go that back of a length into the surface, but ends up just above hip height. And easy pickings for Williamson.
New Zealand's batters have been asked to stand up and be counted in this second innings. Short again. Williamson quickly onto this. There is defence out near the rope. They've been asked to stand up. They've been asked to deliver. Just the third time in 66 Test matches that New Zealand's top 6 have scored 4 50-plus scores. At Wellington.
It's a great stat, and what a good time to do it as well. There's been question marks around this New Zealand side and top order players. The questions around playing the extra batter and what that looked like. Perhaps after the first innings there was thoughts that that wasn't maybe the right decision to be made, but now New Zealand have found a way to create partnerships, found a way to get themselves in, and it's left England asking some questions around just how they're going to get wickets, and you see a little bit of desperation around it. Now Ben Foakes coming up to the stumps, Stuart Broad.
Oh, that's a top edge, and this is a catch that is taken by Joe Root. Not a great way to go for Daryl Mitchell. He planned for it though. Credit to Stuart Broad. Third shorter ball in the over, and he's got a crucial wicket here.
As soon as the wicketkeeper comes up, he's gone into the surface, Stuart Broad. He's got men set back on the hook. Daryl Mitchell prepared to take it on, but it's just the extra bounce. We've talked about it all Test match long, and it's the bounce to the fore once again. It's the big top edge, does Daryl Mitchell. Well caught by Joe Root. He's gone for a runner ball 54. New Zealand now 297 for 5.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 273, Tom Blundell.
Tom Blundell joins Captain Kane Williamson in the middle. 138. Tom Blundell, that was in the first test at Mount Maunganui. It was a wonderful innings. Here's the wicket, and it was set up by Stuart Broad. He was happy to concede. Boundary against Kane Williamson with a shorter ball that Williamson got on too quickly. Then another, and then the third of the over to Daryl Mitchell. Couldn't resist, and just didn't play for that bounce. Got the top edge and taken by Joe Root, and that's a big breakthrough. Stuart Broad showing all of his cleverness.
Yeah, he's just been prepared to toil as Stuart Broad. There's been moments of frustration throughout. Found a way to pick up that wicket. Just as you felt as though New Zealand was starting to almost show the ascendancy in this first session of the day. And just able to pick up a crucial wicket. Excellent piece of bowling from Stuart Broad once again. It seemed that Daryl Mitchell had been prepared to try and come down the crease, try and take that length away from Broad. So it meant if he wanted to pull it back further, it ended up almost a soft shorter ball that he could try and attack, but in having to stay at home, be back in the crease with Ben Foakes up, it just meant he wasn't able to control that bounce. Swirling big top edge, Joe Root comfortably tracking back at first slip to hold on to it. And there'll be disappointment, there'll be huge frustration for Mitchell. He'd got himself in, he'd got himself set, was scoring it well. Now a tough patch for Blundell to deal with.
First one angling in to Tom Blundell.
And that just gives the bowling side that hope once again. Just under 30 minutes until the lunch break. Creates a niggly little patch for Blundell to have to try and get through. Almost feel in a bowling side like you're going to get 2 bites at the new player.
Yeah, Mitchell and Williamson have done such a good job and getting New Zealand in front in this test match. Nicholls was dismissed earlier this morning. Just had a sense that if they could see the side through to lunch,
There would be a growing sense of belief on one side of this contest and a growing frustration on the other. But as you mentioned, Frankie, that success, it's come from some good planning from Stuart Broad. You asked the question, how are they going to get wickets? Stuart Broad supplies the answer. Suddenly they're up again. New Zealand essentially 5 down for 71 here. Oh, that snuck through, and there was some excitement behind the stumps. Broad just takes a moment to wonder what else he could do. 297 for 5.
Big blow there, losing Daryl Mitchell, 54 off 54, played nicely. Half an hour before lunch, New Zealand would have just been believing, England searching for that wicket. It's been a testing spell by Stuart Broad, who's been excellent. And now, 5 players back in the shed. England have, at the halfway point, having to put in some hard yards here. Spent 160 overs in the field, enforcing the follow-on. Ollie Robinson, just the 1 wicket in the match so far, but he's bowled nicely. Good afternoon, Shane Bond and Bondy. It's been a testing spell from Broad. England have bowled well, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a credit to Stuart Broad, who struggled in the first innings, even though he picked up 4 wickets. But when England needed to someone to come on and bring some impetus, Broad's brought that very testing, consistent spell, and the Daryl Mitchell wicket was good reward for that spell.
And then we'll sense the opportunity here. Final 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so before the lunch break to perhaps pick up another. Kane Williamson's been going along nicely, 55 off 150, so he's dug in. Good call too, good running, it's important. Blundell was very quick, very direct with his call.
Straight on the money, Ollie Robinson. Some catches short, and Ben Stokes has employed some short catches on either side of the wicket. They said there's been a little bit of bounce on this wicket. Ball's hit the bat hard, ballooned up on a number of occasions. A little bit of an invitation to drive down the ground.
It's one of the things that's been interesting to watch with this England side, hasn't it? The field sets, the way they go about things. It's not the conventional style. Test cricket can be very traditional at times. See a leg slip and play for Blundell. 2 slips and then pretty much regulation field. Fine leg back on the boundary, top right of screen. Very well, one else in close. Trying to squeeze the new batter, allowing Robinson to bowl as many balls as they can at the new player. Oh, that's a good leave. It's a good area too.
You would think that the bowling's been consistent. We haven't seen a short ball plan from England. They've just worked away at plan. So consistency has been why England have done or kept New Zealand to 2.75 per over. But what Stokes does, he's very proactive in the field. He's always trying to create some distractions for the batsman, get the batsman to think about what the bowler's trying to do. And we saw that with Ben Foakes. Came up to the stumps, brought about the pull shot, wicket came about.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a number of different ways you can do that to apply some pressure to the batting side. Stokes very good at that. It's in a good channel there. Those little different changes in the field can just work a trick at times when things are perhaps going a little bit slow. The batter thinking, like you mentioned, Bondi, take him away from his comfort zone or what he's thinking about, and all of a sudden there's a mistake. Proves really beneficial
I think as you as a fielder and a bowler keeps you on your toes. You can easily stand at the same position all day and sort of go into sleep, and all of a sudden the ball's hit at you. But when your captain's consistently moving you around or giving you something different as a bowler, field to bowl to, keep you engaged and concentrated, and that's important.
There's an outside edge. Carried by Zach Crawley at second slip. Played with soft hands again. Robinson's disappointed. I think Blundell was in control of this.
That's where that third slip and the helmet would have come into play. It's fallen short. Excellent piece of fielding by Crawley. We've seen that man, England employ that man at third slip in the helmet. That's what that was for, that ball that died into that position there.
Would have gone very close to him because that third slip's been employed at times really close. Blundell played it as well as he could. Soft hands didn't push hard at it. It might have been in play. That's a lovely shot off the back foot from Williamson. Timing's pretty good. He'll run away for 4. Just eased off the back foot. Lovely way to bring up the 300 for New Zealand.
Yeah, it was a similar ball that brought about Williamson's dismissal in the first innings, but it's a shot that Kane Williamson favours. This time just props onto the back foot. Better movement of the feet over top of the ball. And again, he's very good at placing the ball off that shot.
Nice placement. The timing was excellent. Ooh. Probably thinking that's a fair shot. Wasn't a bad delivery, fair shot. Run turned down into the over, 303 for 5. New Zealand 77 runs ahead in their second innings, trying to build on that lead. Trying to get to a total that's going to make life a little bit tricky for England. Let's have a look at this field. There's an interesting field here. Bondi, what's happening here with this field? Talk me through this.
I'm not sure. It's almost like there's 3 short covers mid-off. It's almost like one hand, one bounce. You're in close for a tennis ball game. It's just bizarre. There's a sort of a deepish cover in the gap. But really what they're asking is, Tom Blundell, you come, and maybe they feel that Tom Blundell pushes hard at the ball. And they just want people in position of catches or to encourage him to hit the ball past those fielders. Certainly different. Just
what we were talking about, really, wasn't it? Just trying something different to crack the concentration of the batter. Something that they're not expecting. They're trying to work out what the game plan is. There's catches everywhere. You would think with this that Broad's going to be nice and straight, looking to attack off stump. Nice shot down the ground. Touch full from Broad. Blundell very good, making sure that got the placement right, and he'll come back for a comfortable 3.
You would say that's a desired result for England. It's Blundell on the drive. The ball is just a touch full. See, Blundell just punches it. Because the man's so close, he's just got to find that gap. Picks up 3.
Couple of changes in the field for Kane Williamson, but a similar field to what Tom Blundell had. Slip and gully in play and 2 short men on the drive in that cover region, and a short mid wicket Very straight mid-on as well.
Yeah, well, Kane Williamson, he's done a lot of hard work in this innings. Put up the New Zealand record in terms of test run scorer, but 154 deliveries. He's been a rock for New Zealand and has looked in complete control through the innings. Such an important innings for New Zealand.
The concentration's been good, hasn't it? Struggled for runs previously in the series, but you knew that at some stage he was going to come good. And it's coming good at a crucial time for New Zealand too. Play gone back, deep backward square. So short ball in the mind. Oh, he goes fuller too. A little bit of a bluff. It's good from Broad, good from England. Just off that one touch, Bonding, you're trying to drive, then it does go in the air. We've seen a couple of drives from the New Zealand batters actually in the air, so you can see the plan. It's good. The execution's pretty good too so far.
Yeah, and England will feel with 15 minutes to lunch break that it's worth the punt as well. If they go for a couple of fours, it doesn't matter. But this is the partnership. See New Zealand's best batsman, but also Tom Blundell's been New Zealand's most consistent batsman, and he's in form.
Goes short, and it'll probably be called wide. No, one for the over. Sure, I saw Rod Tucker signal wide to Chris Gaffney.
And Gaff's ignored him. He's not happy, Rod.
Lack of communication between the two standing umpires. New Zealand's lead out to 80. I guess that's the quality thing, Bondi, about Broad and Anderson, is that if one's off, the other one seems to be on, and vice versa. It's never an innings where they're both not bowling well. That's that experience, that longevity that they've had playing the game over a long period of time, that they actually do know when it's an important spell and when to stand up.
And even when they're not at their best, they're never leaking runs. That's the thing about it. And that's experience, that have a poor spell, put it to bed, and then come back and still have an impact on the game. And that's what Broad's done in this spell.
Know the call. Piece of fielding. End of the over. Just 3 from it. 306 for 5. Good crowd in here on day 4 at the Basin Reserve. Nice conditions for the players out in the middle. New Zealand fighting hard. You sort of feel, Bondi, if England get one more, they'll feel that it's been a good session for them. Yes, New Zealand have scored over 100 runs, but if they get one more wicket, they'll feel that the session is theirs.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think New Zealand couldn't afford to lose any more than 2 wickets. Mitchell's innings provided some impetus. Got New Zealand into some sort of lead, but you'd feel like New Zealand will want minimum at least another 100. At least. Preferably into the 200s. The wicket's looking pretty good. There's still something on offer. Anything over that 200. Interesting chase.
Yeah. It's nicely played up on his toes. Tom Blundell. Just the one. It's a good call in the end because it's a good piece of fielding. To do that, that means that New Zealand have to be batting at tee, doesn't it? Ideally, they want to be batting into that third and final session, and then, you know, whatever they set, England are going to come at it at a great rate on knots. That's how they play. Watch again, creates opportunities. be in for a really thrilling day 5 that perhaps didn't look likely yesterday. Short, pulled away, well in front of square from Williamson. Timing is going to be close, it's going to pull up short. A little bit too much loft, but it means you'll come back for a comfortable 3. Keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, we haven't seen England employ the short ball much, but and particularly Robertson, but he's used it here. He's banged it in. He's got the shot that he wanted, and the line being a little bit wide represented a little bit of danger for Williamson, but in the end he's swiveled and got enough on it. Not enough to get to the boundary, but enough to pick up another 3. There's a lot of overs now, 165 you're saying, Craig, and there's been a bit of talk about Ollie Robinson's fitness, but he's clearly worked hard on it. He's still running in, bowling accurately, hitting those areas. Oh, 1 wicket, 1 for 52, no wickets in the first innings, but sometimes stats can belie the performance, and I think he's been exceptional so far in this test match.
Oh, that's a lovely shot through cover from Blundell. Gee, looks a good touch. That is the perfect cover drive. He races away for 4.
He's renowned as such a good back foot player, but when Tom Blundell's playing well, it's that movement onto the front foot. It's an indication of form. Such confidence. Good stride. Again, the placement, excellent.
The stillness through the shot, so important. Often talks about the weight transfer. Being a back foot player at times struggles to get that weight transfer through the front foot shot, but that is glorious.
Yeah.
Nicely played off the hip. Good over for New Zealand. 3:15 for 5. One of the great cricket grounds around the world, the Basin Reserve, middle of Wellington, world's largest roundabout, traffic going around, noises, plenty happening this part of town. In the middle of it, there's a cricket match going on. Jack Leach looks like he's going to be given an over or 2 before the lunch break. Through a fair amount of work, 40 overs in the second innings. Hasn't added to the 2 wickets he picked up last night. 2 for 96 so far.
Well, it really depends what time of day. Because if it is enough shade, then we'll bring them close.
Joe Rootson very close on his knees in the helmet. Quite sure how you would describe that position.
Nice, lovely bud.
Got a name for that position, Bondi?
I'm not sure. Kamikaze slit. Crazy mid-off.
Oh, good use of the feet. Lovely from Blundell. Straight down the ground for 4. There's a terrific shot.
Been a feature of Tom Blundell is the footwork in recent times. He does like to hit that ball straight off the spin. The confidence to do it just before lunch speaks a lot about this man's mindset. There's an instant impact. Pope coming out, moving into a short mid-on. No man now on the offside creating pressure. It's a win for Tom Blundell.
Nicely bowled. That's the area there from Leach. Brings those two slips into play.
No ball from Jack Leach, so just every now and again prone to overstepping.
That's a nice area. It's encouraging. You know, the downside to Joe Root in that position on his knees is that you actually can't move. At least when you're on your feet, you can sort of predict where the ball's going to be hit and react to it. That position there, there's no reacting. If he's going to hit it at you, you've got nowhere to go. Oh, that's hit hard. Deflected almost onto the stumps by Leach, and it's going to cost him 4. Good use of the feet from Blundell. Picks up his second boundary in the over.
Yeah, well, Jack Leach, he's operating around 82k, so he's bowling slower to Tom Blundell. And it's giving him the time to use the feet, get down the pitch. In the end, it's a good solid connection. Kane Williamson, it was touch and go for him.
Oh, that was nervy. That wasn't far away at all, whether it was on purpose or not. That deflection was very close. Oh, that's the one that Joe Root doesn't want to see. Ducked the head, prayed that it wasn't going to get hit in his direction, and it wasn't. Horrible feeling that. He's not going to catch much doing that. Good over for New Zealand. 10 runs coming from it. 325 for 9. 325 for 5. New Zealand's lead 99. Just the 5 down. And clock says what? 4 minutes, Bondi? Maybe 2 overs. Hustle through 2. Ollie Robinson has bowled a good spell here. He can bowl one more before the lunch break. England might get 2 overs in if they hustle. There's a lot of slowness going on this time of the session. Batters taking their time, doing a bit of gardening. Changes in the field as well.
A change of tactics too. We've seen a very fine third man. Deep squares back. Backward square. It looks like England to go 6 balls. Are going to try a bouncer barrage at Tom Blundell.
Perhaps the last over before the break. Tried a number of things in this short stay for Tom Blundell, haven't they? He's made a good start. 19 from 18. 3 boundaries. Does he take it on or just let it go through to the keeper? That's the question. It's underneath the first one from Robinson. Played beautifully in the first test match at the Mount. Of course, the pink ball test, 138. It really was quality innings. Went through different gears working with that lower order. Played nicely. Showed some power. Showed that he is a quality class international batter now, who is scoring runs for fun for New Zealand. A real consistency about his performance now. It's pulled, but no timing at all. He does like taking it on, so I don't think this is a bad plan from England.
And I like the fact too that they brought the bat pattern. Originally on the first ball they didn't, but now they've brought that man in. So if Blundell wants to defend, there's obviously opportunities for a wicket there. New Zealand, you do not want to see Tom Blundell getting out pulling to a bouncer plan in the last over before lunch. And you should be able to trust the bounce here at Wellington to go under the short ball stuff.
Oh, he's he's going to take it on, Shane. But you're right. For those of us that have got out on the last over before lunch, you actually end up walking in the opposite direction. You don't go back towards the changing shed. I wonder if the Kane Williamson's just come down and said, mate, 3 balls left. I'm good at this end. You get through them and we'll walk off together at lunch. And stop playing that shot. Jimmy Anderson's in the action there, that fielder there. He's fielded 3 in a row here. He's getting on top of it, but I think it's just as easy to get under. It's predictable. It takes a lot of energy to bowl the short ball. Just get under it and often nothing. It's actually the full ball that's actually going to be the most dangerous that you have to keep your eye on. Not that shorter length.
No.
It's pulled. Strong wall of players on that onside. Work it up against the risk and reward, and the reward's not great. Final over before the break. Keeps England interested though, doesn't it?
Makes the New Zealand batting coach nervous too.
And the ex-coach. Final ball, I would think, before the lunch break from Ollie Robinson. Oh, he goes short again. It goes through to folks. Nothing on it. And let's see. Lunch is called. New Zealand 325 for 5. A good session by them. 123 runs for the loss of 2 wickets over that first session on day 4. They lead now by 99, and it's on the back of Kane Williamson, who's been outstanding. 63 not out as he walks off. A nice big cameo from Tom Blundell, who's been very proactive, aggressive in his 19 as well. But New Zealand will be confident, pretty happy with that first session, Bondi.
Yeah, I think that's honours even. I think England were consistent. They toiled well. Stuart Broad bowled an excellent spell that got the wicket of Daryl Mitchell. But New Zealand 123 runs at 4 and over with their best batsmen, both of them at the crease, coming in out after the lunch break. I think they'll be pretty happy with that session.
Session of toil for England, and they did it pretty well. They asked a number of questions. Did a good job. I think Ben Stokes will be pretty happy with how his bowlers operated. For New Zealand, it was Williamson and Nicholls who opened up. Robinson got rid of Nicholls for 29, and then it was Mitchell and Williamson put together a good partnership of 75 before Mitchell skied a pull shot and he was gone for 54. But Williamson's been the rock. He's still there at lunch, and he's going to need some help from the likes of Blundell, Bracewell, and even that lower order of Southey, Henry and Wagner as well.
The England bowlers' consistency from the seamers, Anderson, Broad and Robertson have been testing. Robertson rewarded finally with the wicket. Jack Leach continues to ask questions, holding up an end for England. Bowled a very long, consistent spell.
So the mini card for this match as it stands, England 435 for 8 declared in their first innings. New Zealand bowled out for 209. The follow-on was enforced by England, and New Zealand making better work of it in their second innings. 325 for 5. And they're 99 runs ahead at lunch on day 4.
Kane Williamson still in the middle. Daryl Mitchell is not, but he certainly electrified the ground this morning to the afternoon. A 7th half century for Daryl Mitchell. Kane Williamson breaking Ross Taylor's all-time scoring record. First over of play today, and he is still there on 63. He's been joined by Tom Blundell, century maker from the first test at the Bay Oval. And New Zealand find themselves 99 runs ahead in this test match. Second session of the 4th day, and now it is about building a lead, but also keeping wickets intact. Kane Williamson looks well set. Tom Blundell has come out to join as captain and has played a couple of lovely shots already. 19 from just 24 deliveries. A good afternoon to all of you tuning into Spark Sports coverage of this second test, and a good afternoon to Mark Richardson as well.
Afternoon all, and we're in for an intriguing afternoon as well. Once again, first half hour to an hour of this session will be critical. New Zealand have batters still to come, but the really genuine recognised are out there. The one thing missing in New Zealand list today, they've done well, 325 for 5 when you think about the form that they've had, the issues they've been having. But there is one big thing missing, and that is a big score. And in fact, it's the difference between the two teams at the moment is big scores. Root, 100, what was it, 140?
Yeah, 153 for Root.
Yeah,
unbeaten.
Seldom shy of it there, didn't I? My apologies to the Root family.
186 for Harry
and,
Brook.
And a big
right.
score.
Yeah.
New Zealand, there's a few players back in the hutch now going, you know what? Blew a big one there, and the team needs a big one.
Yeah, I think Daryl Mitchell might find himself in that department. He would have been angered by the way he went out, but Williamson starts the way he finished. And the lead now stands at 100.
So for these two, it's a session of batting. We bat a session. Have I batted a session before? Yes, I've batted a session. Do I know how to do it? Yes, I know how to do it. It's going to take a lot of application, a little bit of luck every so often. But
Blundell at home, Williamson on a pitch he loves, at a park he loves, and set. Blundell couldn't quite add to the high score of Bay Oval, but he still looked comfortable, especially when he was batting with Tim Southey yesterday morning.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad he got through that last over before lunch. That was some horrendous stuff, and I don't quite know what was going through his mind, but he got through it, and he's there. There'll be a different plan in the early stages of this session.
Can't have been worse than my first over after lunch yesterday. James Anderson has the ball in hand, yet to take a wicket in this innings, and he's been asked to do some real donkey work here. It's full, slow and angled right into the toe.
In my criticism of New Zealand, no one's gone on to a big score yet. In a way, I feel, because there's always been something in the surface, it's a really fair cricket surface, is that 100, if someone got to 100, I think that would be a really significant effort. So the England total, that's good stuff. Just those little singles are important. So the England scorecard, I think Root's innings, yeah, really good innings on the surface. Harry Brook, out of the box. You shouldn't have been able to do that in those conditions, and he did it.
And essentially what you're saying is, if they can do it, players in this team can do it. With arguably better conditions right now. Not even arguably, definitely.
Mitchell was trying to do it.
Still was. At pace.
Yeah, so it's the one innings at the moment is standing out for me as a freak innings in the context of this game, and what should be out there. I expect on a pitch like this, which is offering something, it's offering some turn, there's some seam, there's some bounce every now and then, is you should expect players to get out in the 70s, 60s, because you will get one that might get you out.
That's the end of the Anderson over, 327.45.
But someone has to go on to that big one.
Well, in this match, I think you've just seen a shot of him. He's the one on the right with the beard. Latham and Conway, great start. They gave New Zealand a fighting chance in this test match. That partnership was crucial. Will Young, unfortunately, has just not had a diet of red ball cricket to feast on. And so he goes hungry again. Nichols had moments through that innings where he looked like he could go on, but also gave a few chances too, ultimately dismissed for 29. Mitchell's 54 at a run a ball. It was the accelerator innings of this show, or this accelerator innings of this New Zealand innings. Beautiful. Classic Blundell, that.
Yeah, nicely controlled, so it looks like they are going to continue with the short pitch attack to him. The thing about this is it should net runs, it doesn't get him out. He has been very conscious of getting the ball down, but I think it's just as safe a shot, no it's not any longer, to actually go over the top. It's not now, because they're going to push Duckett back to about 10 in from the boundary.
There's plenty in place for that pull shot from Blundell.
Wait.
Still he plays it. Heavy leg side field, this. Not leaving room for ambiguity in terms of what the bowler's plan is.
I just as comfortable seeing him duck a few.
Well, he doesn't have to play everything.
He's going to try.
Well, maybe that's Test match Tom doing Tom things. That's loose from Robinson, and he doesn't chase that one. Man back, fine leg too. Stuart Broad, I think, signing some autographs on the rope.
No longer has countering the short pitch style of delivery, that the duck and weave and get them to change. No, you take it on now, don't you?
Correct myself. Stuart Broad stationed at mid-on the boundary, fine leg. Goes for it again, Blundell.
I think a really good indication, though, the way he's playing this is that the pace has gone out of the surface, especially with the ball that's getting older now. And this is where the New Zealanders got to realise, yeah, it's been hard work to get to this situation, but they've worked themselves into, let's say, they've got a sniff of a chance. But they've got to be good. They've got to convert this, and it's not going to be easy.
A conversation between Williamson and Blundell. Around about the bounce, and that one's pulled away again. He's very good at climbing high, getting on top of the bounce. Tom Blundell. You just see them in discussion. What's it doing? Where's it coming? What is this bounce? Remains in this pitch, and plenty of it too.
Well, he is one of the better players of the pull and hook shots in this New Zealand side.
The problem with that shot, though, you only need one to go wrong, don't you?
Yeah.
That's the risk and reward. Well, he's played that again, and he's played it to perfection. The plan not going to plan here. 10 runs off the over, 3-3-7 for 5.
Hands to heads, but that's skillful. You're allowed to place it. You don't have to hit it at the fielders. They hit that exactly where he was aiming, but it wasn't about catchable height through the gap.
Well, I saw Gary Stead throwing to Blundell yesterday morning, and largely he was throwing that shot. Blundell has been practicing those pulls and hooks, and a lot of the time on the field net yesterday was going through the motions of exactly that shot. He's come prepared for it, Blundell, and he's on 30 from 33. Oh, that's in the air for Williamson. Briefly, excitement-inducing out there. Any half chance of Williamson will come with a great frisson on that field.
It's an interesting set field, though. They're all catching on the onside in front of the wicket. I tend to think they've got a better chance maybe of the catches in front of the wicket having one on the offside.
So moving that player right on the edge of the pitch there into a short cover.
Well, he likes to, he'll work the ball on the onside, but he does like to punch off the back foot through mid off and extra cover and cover. And yeah, it's an indication that pace is coming out of the surface. Stokes has had the vision and he sees it on the onside.
It's the imposing figure of Harry Brook too, right in Williamson's eye line. Plays that well. It's a real invasion of your personal space, that, isn't it, as the non-striker?
Oh, well, and in COVID times, it's not exactly social distancing, is it?
They're just like, no, mate, get out of it. Still just a hint of shape for James Anderson, but Williamson all over it for defence. But we're not suggesting that there is any COVID out there in terms of Harry Brook.
Well, I'm telling you right now, if I'd gone out and batted, I would have asked Pope to be pushed back because it's very unsafe from a health and safety perspective in the COVID environment.
I wonder what the response would have been. Whatever, it wouldn't have been sanitary enough to use on television. Clipped away nicely by Williamson. A couple more in the bank for New Zealand. That frustrates Anderson, that. Williamson has been so good at clipping them off the toes. When Anderson has strayed a little full, Williamson has taken full advantage of that. And Anderson knows it too.
Yeah, that's the one. I think he threw it into leg stump on purpose there. He'd bowled a tidy line and then just put it in there.
Goes after that. Try of catch it, but not to be. That's the end of another. It's 3:40 for 5. Well, there's James Anderson. It's the last ball of the previous over. And, oh, he's just had enough. He's had a guts full. Sitting down.
He hasn't tripped at all. It's just, our legs are tired. That'll do. I think he's just, he's retired.
Like a 6-year-old sitting at play school. Waiting for lunch. That is gorgeous. It's the Kane Williamson we know.
I love him when he's playing like this. There is something special about the way he just accepts the ball, nullifies the threat, and just pushes it for 4. You don't need to do any more than that.
All timing. All timing. Upright seam, angled into Williamson, picked the line early, played straight through it. ...116 overs and change have been bowled already in this innings. Robinson into his 25th. The youngest of the 3 seamers at Ben Stokes' disposal. Short again. It's pulled away again.
See, in England are now bowling with a mentality, for the first time I feel in the series, of waiting for New Zealand to make a mistake. And that is a completely different mentality. It's not an aggressive mentality, and New Zealand, you got to realise that as a batter, and you got to go, okay, they're backed off. Now I've got to be sharp.
They have Kane Williamson here enjoying freedom around the bat. Should I say Blundell? And that one falls just short again. It's just not. He's sat down on the pitch. He's having a lie down on the outfield. Is he okay? Someone check on the man. Was in the air. Oh, and it is a drop. Unbelievable.
Is that a chance?
Yes, in and out.
The reactions around from the... I thought it was just a good start.
Originally, I thought it had landed just before James Anderson. There was another example of that earlier today.
It's reinforcement for the plan.
Oh, he's not going to stop. Tom Blundell is going to play every one. We need to make a bit more of this than we have, because this is a huge moment, potentially. It was hit hard. Straight into James Anderson's hands and straight out again. And there's folks in the background. Was celebrating early, and that was short-lived indeed. Williamson this time, just very casually helping that one on its way. Oh, there is some intrigue out there at the moment. 3-4-7 for 5.
No, I'm uncomfortable with that style of play. I mean, it should have worked.
Along at a rapid rate. And that's playing on the minds of the English too, surely now, because the lead's suddenly 121. The deficit this morning was 24.
Well, Anderson hasn't retired. He's got the ball in hand again.
Nipped back, leapt up at Williamson, who ended up playing it rather well.
This is where also, to keep going, and I don't think Williamson would think like that. But you think, okay, Anderson put a catch down the last over. He's now got the ball in hand. He's got a lot of motivation. Okay, this over, he is not getting me out. These little things are how you bat a long period of time.
The tactic here, Anderson looking to bolt in towards the pads of Williamson, waiting for that little flick, short legs in business then.
You just look for little things to sharpen up that focus. Little motivations, and you find many of them along the way, along the day.
What were yours?
Well, that could be anything. Don't like the looks of that bloke in the crowd.
Driven well, but straight to the fielder. Ollie Robinson. The seam bowlers have done a lot of fielding today, some more successful than others. The laundry bill is going to be extortionate. And that's a no ball just to add to the woes. And the frustration for Anderson, who's now walking back to the top of his mark in rather desultory fashion.
That's where it takes a lot from a bowler as well, because the mode of bowling now, they're bowling out the stumps, They're bowling for the batter to hit the ball in front of the wicket, so you don't get the reward of seeing the ball fly through to the keeper's gloves.
It's pumped around the corner as well, and that's a good piece of fielding from Jack Leach. Saves 4. 350 on the board for New Zealand. 5 wickets down.
And that brings up 350 runs for New Zealand.
That's not the number you look at, though. You look at the lead, 124 for 5.
Flicked away again. Yeah, I suppose if you're the batting duo, though, Rick, you'd rather look at a scoreboard that read 351 for 5 than 125 for 5. Even if it's just tricking your own brain.
It's another 100, isn't it? 225. I still think they'll need more than that, without a doubt. Agreed.
Point in place. Duckett's come in just on the edge of the block. Harry Brooks resumed his role as Blundell's best mate. There's a sort of fly slip, leg slip in place. Short leg. Short mid wicket. Mid on, and then deep square leg. Also man back on the boundary at fine leg. Again, heavy focus on the leg side for Anderson. But still no breakthrough. 3-5-1 for 5. There to hit, and hit it was. Good work out on the rope. That's a no ball, front foot no ball from Jack Leach. That's a rarity.
Jimmy Anderson might want to wander down that end and have a talk to umpire Tucker as well.
Light conversation between Anderson and umpire Gaffney in the last over, sharing recipes from their grandmothers.
Played a lot of cricket with Chris Gaffney, and I don't think Anderson's going to win that argument. No. Remember that umpire Gaffney was also a police officer. He could take you down.
Oh, that is some brave shot, that. A couple of steps down the pitch, they'll come back for 3. The ball holds up on a still damp outfield here at the Basin.
Yeah, he's been more positive, I feel, Williamson, against Leach. It's a risky shot against the spin on a surface that is spinning.
He had to reach for it. I'm glad he hit it as hard as he did.
The fact that Leach is on after in the short pitch style mode from Robinson nearly paid dividends, but when you've been forced to follow and you've got tired bowlers, you just can't keep them. You can't keep that plan going for as long as you'd like.
Oh! Played very low, Tom Blundell. This is James Anderson, last over. Bit of an industrial size swing that from Tom Blundell, not too much. It's a one-sided conversation. Oh, another opportunity, is it? You just expect Ollie Pope to take it. Maybe this fell just teasingly short. It did. Oh, it's a good delivery to finish the over. Got through a little quicker on that one. He slowed his pace down a little bit this innings, Jack Leach. More on that in a moment. 3-5-7 for 5.
England's run chasers under Brendan McCullum. The final column says a lot. And the run rates say plenty.
Yeah, look at it. Look at the over rates. Look at the runs per over that they're chased at. And that's the thing. That's why New Zealand need a lot of runs, because they'll have to bowl aggressively. England will come at them aggressively, and they eat into totals or build totals so quickly that you've got to attack, but then you need to give yourself enough time as well. You're trying to attack to take wickets, and you're on the back foot because you're leaking runs so quickly.
Oh, Anderson this time around the wicket. Harry Brook with that taped finger. He went and got some attention on that yesterday. Just short.
They seem to be standing everywhere.
It does feel like there's 20 fielders out there. Looks messy too. And what I mean by that, the players don't look messy. It's just nothing traditional about this. It's discombobulating for the batters, is it? It's discombobulating for all.
I just wonder what would happen actually if you were the captain, you were going out after the break and you just said, okay, well, Jimmy, you're bowling top end, and everyone just stand where you think you want to stand. I wonder where players would go.
Back to the lunchroom. It's an intriguing question.
Nice bowling, Jimmy.
Opportunity for a genuine hero play, though, isn't it? You pick your fielding spot, and the ball comes sailing at you, chest height. Take a catch and say, this captaincy's easy. This field placement's easy. Finchy the trumpeter, sounding fantastic today in the Barmy Army. There's a story on Finchy the trumpeter yesterday. He's played trumpet with some of the biggest acts in the world. He toured with Blur, for instance. I think he's played for Beyonce. Lovely. On the ground from Blundell. Cover from Crawley in the deep. It's going from Blur and Liam Gallagher and Beyonce to the Barmy Army. Amazing. See you more as a trombonist, Rick. You would have been good there. More runs here. Again, flicked off the toes.
Which is the one you sort of wrap around you and you stand in the middle of it?
That's the tuba.
Yeah, that would be me.
The tuba?
Yeah.
You need serious embouchure to play the tuba.
Embouchure?
Embouchure. Yeah, that's the muscles of the mouth is embouchure.
See, I like that if you climb into your instrument, you are one with it, aren't you? As opposed to just holding on to it.
Well, in fairness, I mean, there's some lovely romance between a cellist and the instrument too. 359 for 5.
For 5, 120 overs in the field for England. The lead for New Zealand, 133. Fascinating situation is building here. Lovely to watch Kane Williamson back to the runs as well. 82 for him. Blundell has been in form in this series. 32 for him. Just wondering how to continue the previous conversation between Scotty and Mark. I mean, I thought they were discussing French cuisine at one moment, then it turned out to be music. Oh, that's, well, did well actually. Did well to get a hand on it. It was firmly struck. A lot of these shots, both off the seamer at the other end and off Leach as well, implies that both Williamson and Blundell are watching the ball really well, playing those shots and keeping them under such good control. Shouts of catch, he's misread it. He's misread it in the deep there. Skewed off the bat. Robinson is down there at long off. He went to his right to start with.
He did. He went to his right and he went backwards. Failed to pick it up. He sliced the ball, and Robinson's initial reaction was it was going straight. He didn't pick it up, and in the end, that cost him an opportunity to take that catch.
Nice, mate. Nice, mate.
Yeah, rare error. I have to say, all this positive stroke play has been largely executed very, very well. This one slices away. And then Robinson there, just there on the bottom of the picture, changes direction. So instead of taking those couple of paces to the right, maybe could have been different. We'll never know. 362 for 5. Slightly strange though, wasn't it? Because yes, I know, sometimes in the deep you don't necessarily pick it up from the bat straight away. You obviously know the sort of thing that's happening out there.
He's almost anticipating where Blunder was trying to hit the ball rather than where the ball was actually going. So Blunder was trying to hit it straight over the bowler's head. And he's anticipated, but in the end it's cost him the opportunity. Sometimes anticipation is not a good thing.
Well, there you go. Well, I tell you what will frustrate England at this stage. They've had so many, or a number, not so many, a few near-run things. The Anderson catch, very low. Very difficult, very low straight to him, but very low. That misjudgment from Robinson. A couple more have gone very close to the ever-present, it seems, Ollie Pope. Now we have a really, really funky field. You've got Anderson around the wicket. It's like a chain gang. There's 4 of them in the space of, well, it's an arc which covers no more than 15 yards or so. And the challenge is get it through there without chipping it in the air, with the leg slip as well as another option.
We saw both Blundell and Williamson clip one through there in the last over, but also shows a confidence that Anderson can hold that line. It's very difficult not to play natural instincts and just flick the ball, and just relying on just one misjudgment or a little bit of extra bounce. The problem for England, this ball now is 40 overs old. It doesn't appear to be doing much. Both batsmen look pretty comfortable at the wicket.
Wait.
Yeah, some of the pace has gone out of the pitch. So, yeah, the ball's not coming on quite in the same way as it did, say, yesterday. So these shots, you just got to be very careful. You let the ball come to you. Don't just get there and play through it just a fraction of a second too early. If you do, you'll have a maximum number of men catching it if that opportunity presents itself. Well, I would suggest the trick as the batsman is to say, right, almost ignore the field. Obviously be aware of it, don't ignore it completely, but be aware of it. And then just say to yourself, fine, let the ball come to me, let the ball come to me. Don't stop playing shots as such necessarily. Just make sure you resist any temptation to go early at it. Just let it come to you.
Catch!
There's your perfect example. Shouts have catched it. It's in the air for a little bit. So you can imagine if you're a fraction of a second earlier on that ball, then that's in the air, it's going to carry.
Again, great line from Anderson, but also you've got a batsman in Blunder who scored at a good rate, and sometimes when you get into that tempo of batting, that run of dot balls makes it difficult not to want to force the issue.
Ooh, just line just down the leg side, a little overbalancing. There we go. It's 363 for 5. Yeah, tricky take for folks, and those are the hardest. He's standing up, he's brilliant at what he does, but if you get it slightly wrong, even with the protection offered by the keeper's gloves, there's always a little bit of pain to be endured. He's given byes at the end of the over. So just a bit down the leg side. Does it just flick off the trousers? You can't see that from umpires. And what you can see is the fact that it's flicked a thumb as well, hard. That hurts. We know that hurts. Just waiting for Ben Foakes to get the gloves back on again. A little less pace at the other end from Leach. Really good partnership. There's 67 now. Mitchell, then Blundell, both very positive. Williamson just so controlled.
It's a lovely control from Leach. It seemed as the ball's got a little bit softer. That biting turn that was there earlier, spun one past Kane Williamson, doesn't appear to be so. It's the confidence of Blundell to come down the wicket. Almost felt like he wasn't going to get beaten on the outside.
Wait!
Yeah, you get the feeling, I mean, there's nothing particularly wrong with the pitch, is there? And as I say, a little bit slow. So you get the feeling that both these guys, in their own slightly different styles, are trusting the turn, trusting the bounce. Oh, so close, so close. It just takes one of those to find that little edge, and the game changes again.
Just a little bit of turn, and again, not the same. It's actually gone under the bat. Earlier, that would have gone over the top. It's stayed down a little bit more. Williamson, a favoured shot. Just a touch low. He's got away with it.
Catch!
Oh, and one that does grip a little bit. Just able to jog a couple as Anderson is able to jog after it. Slightly wry expression on Ben Stokes' face. Here you are, just watch this with the grip. Bit of loop as well, so dipping quickly and then gripping for once. So the odd one will do it, but it is absolutely the rarity. Still 5 down for 366. Tantalising, isn't it? Because for England's point of view, from England's point of view, every now and again you get that little something that gives you hope, but doesn't quite bring you the wicket. We've seen catches, as I say, nearly reach. Been a couple of half chances, tough chances. Those thick edges that go the wrong way, as it were, they're all part of it as well. Well, a meeting of, well, minds maybe, certainly of fast bowlers. You can imagine Broad, Robinson, Anderson saying, Ben, are you fit to bowl? And then Broad was pushing Anderson away, saying, no, you carry on bowling. No, you're looking great. You're 40 years old and, you know, dodgy hamstring, but you're looking great. Carry on.
It's only your 36th over. You'll be fine.
No run.
Well, 26th anyway. Yeah, have a look at some of the sort of the near things, the near run things. Just about carried to Crawley there. This one's a sort of hand, a right hand stuck up by Leach. Nearly again. That just went to hand for Jimmy Anderson, who couldn't keep it above ground. Robinson here just going the wrong way to start with. We'll never know if he'd have got there had he gone straight in the right direction. And if you add all those up, well, we've got New Zealand all out. It's that sort of game.
It's one of those ones now where England have nearly done, in terms of overs, 2 days in a row in the park. So you're tired, you saw the concentration can waver, and it's those little half chances that you miss out on because you're not expecting the ball, or you're just moving a little bit slower than you normally would. So Anderson using all the skills, a slower ball off the last ball.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Looking, Tom. Tommy, yes.
Just a slight change of line. Nothing.
I think that's pitching outside leg stump. There's no man on the offside behind point. It's the first time Anderson's gone there, and it's still creating an opportunity. It's the slow ball, so he's banged it in, but it's always pitching outside leg stump. Very optimistic.
Yeah, from that angle for the LB, you need something that basically goes around corners. Just to clarify, pitches outside leg.
Lovely lads. Yeah, that's good. Clear lads. Well done, Jimmy.
On they go, 368 for 5. Understandably slightly weary looking James Anderson. Word with the captain, how many more can you do? Attention to it. Yeah, the spread at the moment between 0 and 1.
Stuart Broad's got off lightly.
Well, the one thing all those figures tell you is that bowling has become a little tougher as the game has worn on. Doesn't tell you about the near misses. You don't have a column for near misses. You only have a column for wickets. And those near misses, well, on a different day, you can say quite happily would have made a difference. But here we are, 368 for 5, a lead of 142 as we speak. In benign conditions at the Basin Reserve.
Certainly speaks to England's discipline with all the frontline bowlers being at 3 runs per over or less. So, and the scoreboard says 368 for 5. New Zealand have got a big score and looking for a bigger one, but England have made New Zealand work very, very hard for those runs. Disciplined bowling display. I think Jack Leach is now into his 45th over. He hasn't had a backward square leg at all, and is yet to be hit to that fielding position. Hasn't drifted down the leg side to be swept or drop one short. In 45 overs, that's quite remarkable.
A little bit of pace taken off. Yeah, he has gained over the last 12 months or so, plus a lot of consistency. His confidence is back, his ability just to bowl these large number of overs is really good.
Which is key when Ben Stokes is the all-rounder isn't bowling. Same we see Australia playing their 4 bowlers, Nathan Lyon, the same sort of role, being threatening but able to bowl a lot of overs at a low economy rate.
It's guided away, goes past slip, well past slip. Ball is always slowing up towards the boundary edge. It's the morass on the edge of the field. They're going to check again, as is the way, but Anderson, again, full credit, gave good chase to it. He can be excused for breathing heavily at this stage. Just does it, I think. Yeah, give him credit. The effort is worth it for that 1 run saved. We've seen Anderson now, we've seen Broad over the last couple of days more than once chase down and dive at the boundary edge. Good shot. Got right to it, made it into a full half volley, clips it away. Again, the ball slows down. .374 for 5. Yeah, there'll be some legs starting to feel it, not just the bowlers and the fielders chasing across this outfield. I think actually they know every time it goes towards the boundary that it is going to slow down. So you can't just wave it on its way and say we'll pick it up later.
I know that part of that conversation between Broad, Anderson and Stokes was, boss, we don't mind bowling all the overs, but we seem to be fielding in the hot spots as well. A lot of chasing of leather, so we can move out to deep point and have a drink.
Well, he could come back to Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson and say, would you fancy short leg for a while? And we know the answer. There's a lot of input, isn't there? You've got a lot of experience. You know, the Anderson Broad axis. He has a lot of knowledge and experience to draw on. Stokes has his own very positive views. I mean, they've been the last 12 months, well, under the Stokes frame, it's not quite 12 months yet. There's been a lot of funky fields at times. Go back to Pakistan before Christmas on flat pitches, some severely funky fields, which worked in the end. Sometimes it took a while.
I think the fields can just distract from what Anderson and Broad do, though. I mean, and Broad and Anderson are just doing that consistent, challenging bowling. And the field's almost is just a distraction. And you could almost take the field out of play like you talked about and have any sort of field, but it's going to be difficult to score because they are so consistent. They're always thinking over, around, slightly different changes, but in essence, they're still doing the same thing.
Nice, well, Jimmy.
Good running. Folkes is quick to react, but if as a batting player you set off so instinctively and so quickly, then you will normally make it. So yeah, good running, good awareness. Folkes is potentially the only man who's going to be able to do anything about this, but the ball has just enough on it to get out of his reach. Broad at point was not going to be involved. He was definitely not going to be involved in that. It's clever from Anderson, as Shane's been saying. Very, very clever, very, very good, high quality. And there is still just that little bit of something in the air. This is a Kookaburra ball that's seen better days by now. 40 odd overs, 45 overs or so. So you're not going to get much out of it in the air. Just that little bit sometimes gets you through. But when you've got a pair of batsmen as well set as this, there's a lot of resistance there. Again, you can just see in the air, just little tail from leg to off, ending up dead straight. Williamson has not lost his composure at any stage during this innings. There we go, same position, angled towards the slip that isn't there.
Catch.
Goes the other way slightly. It's the one from the over, 375 for 5. Just wondering if that ring could come closer, because when they're cutting up, they completely screened that onside. You can't get through. There's no way, well, virtually no way through. But those are the ones that get clipped like that. They've been in the air a little bit. So okay, oh, yes, it gets harder if you come closer if the ball is hit firmly at you. It'll be so sharp. But it's only a chance if it's still in the air when it reaches you. So that's the one possible change you can make with that field, just bring him a yard or two closer. Well, we thought it would be wouldn't be too long before Stuart Broad was nodded at by Ben Stokes. Sean Stewart was aware of that. Absolutely as well. Everyone's got to put the overs in. He's bowled fewer than Anderson and Robinson. Anderson's now bowled 27, Robinson 25, Broad's only bowled 17. But each for the record, 45, Root 10. So yes, he has to put the work in now himself.
Bowled an excellent spell before lunch. Ended up picking up the wicket of Daryl Mitchell. Very testing. Folks coming up to the stumps. So again, there's some subtle differences in the field. I think he'll settle into a longish spell here. Maybe bowling into the southerly, but to an end that they feel that there's perhaps a little bit more bounce for the fast bowlers. Once again, Ben Folks has got the helmet on. Stand up to the stumps, which isn't easy. Someone off Stuart Broad.
Well, it's fascinating to watch the tactics, isn't it? Because we've seen for Anderson, with that immaculate control you've been talking about, they've had the onside pegged down, the ring of steel on the onside. For Broad, it's Anderson who's just being exchanged for Brook. Anderson out of a firing line on the onside. He'll probably be in it at mid-on now, but they've now got that mesh of fielders, as it were, on the offside. So you've got to anticipate the slip in as opposed to the leg slip. You've got to anticipate top of off stump, 6 inches outside off stump, that sort of thing as a general line. You have got a deep square leg who is just meandering a bit square in the deep there right as we speak.
Feel like they're going to try to get Tom Blundell to cover drive. Throw a little bit wider, a little bit fuller. That square leg, there's no fine leg, it's like a backward square leg now, which suggests they're not going to look to attack the stumps. But at least they have a man in place if they want to bowl a short pitch ball now on a slow wicket. They've got a potential catcher.
Yeah, it depends on Broad being as ridiculously accurate as Anderson has been at the other end. Short of a length. And then on Blundell, for instance, is he prepared to go through the shots? Because again, the overriding impression is that the pace is coming out of the pitch almost ball by ball. And as the ball gets older, pace is not coming out of the hand either. Just looked at the speed. Shane's just pointed out the speed to me. 114 that last one.
Assuming that's a slower ball.
Well, let's say it is for now.
Well, the wind's picked up.
See, those are the ones. If you get it up there, attempt the drive. From Blundell's point of view, runs are as important as occupation. So if the drive is on, nothing to stop you. No reason not to go for it. This always looks like a full half volley. It's still a bit on the up, but go for the shot. Just make every effort not to get there too early.
It's like little subtle changes of pace from Broad as well.
I knew Jim would have to field one at some stage. Straight to him at mid-on.
That's 119k, so it looks like he's just cutting his fingers over the ball. So trying to get Blundell to drive, and with subtle changes of pace, chip one into the winger fieldsman on the offside. Middle of the mid-wicket, Anderson and Stokes just back slightly deeper.
I think it's about 75 miles an hour. You know those tags that you put under a bowler's name where it says right arm fast medium? So downgrade him to right arm medium.
It's medium fast now. heading towards medium slow.
Yeah, it's good over, good lines, good lengths. It's a maiden, 375 for 5.
And it's time for a drink.
Not exactly racing anywhere at this stage, just Stuart Broad after that exertion of his latest over. But they'll all get a bit of a break right now. Drinks are coming onto the field. Any moment now you'll see a big blue bottle arriving on the screen. It's the Powerade drinks break.
This intriguing second TCM test between England and New Zealand continues. Whether you're a purist or just a casual observer of the game, this has got something for everyone here. New Zealand are now 149 runs ahead. As the players take a Powerade drinks break, we're an hour away from tea. Williamson set on 88. He's been at the crease for a long time. 5 hours and 43 minutes. Blundell there on 39, and there was the chance. Blundell on 30 at the time. James Anderson, backward square. It was hit straight to him at pace. Hit the hands, hard hands from James Anderson, who's slogged it out. It was a plan, and it worked in every way but the finish. Very good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching this test match. And a very good afternoon to Craig McMillan, who joins us in commentary.
Afternoon, Scotty. There's got to be some hurt amongst those England bowlers now. They've been in the field for 180 overs over the 2 innings. And it really is why the modern day sides tend to not enforce the follow-on, Scotty, because if it doesn't go right, you use up a lot of resource. If you don't get those early wickets, then you can spend a long time in the field. And you go from a position of strength to almost a position of weakness.
Well, there's some weak shoulders. They're slumping. Ben Stokes will still be comfortable. It's a lot of work that these bowlers have had to get through in the second innings. Jack Leach doing the lion's share, largely because he has to. Stokes won't be bowling himself. Hurt himself again yesterday, and he's nursing that painful knee of his. Bowled one of the more intriguing overs you'll see in Test cricket yesterday, where he was warned twice for short balls. And Joe Root now to take up the attack.
I almost thought he was trying to get out of bowling. If I bowl as many bounces as I can, I might get written off.
He was one warning away from being taken out of the attack by the umpires. Yeah, it's such an interesting philosophy here, Mac, because if England do go on to win this test, they'll have to chase to win now. If they do go on to win this test, it's academic. It's another test victory. And Ben Stokes can look at that and say, hey guys, well, it worked. What are we complaining about? But at the moment where the game sits, that's where all the doubts start to creep in, because you haven't made the number of breakthroughs you thought you might. New Zealand have put up the resistance that is expected of them by their fans.
I remember that New Zealand were bowled out in the first innings in 53 overs. And now, through 127 in the second innings, they're still going. It's been an excellent effort
Something a little different now for these two to contend with. Joe Root, and he's played behind square by Williamson for 1. He's on 89.
Of course, remembering that England are 1-0 up in the series, so the onus is still on New Zealand to try and force a result here, because a draw means that England win the series. So, yes, it's been a tough day, hard day of Test cricket so far for England. They're still ahead of the game. 150 the lead for New Zealand now.
Draw is probably a long shot at the moment, the way England play Test cricket and where this game is situated. We've got a session and a half today to get through, and then 3 sessions tomorrow. If New Zealand can get through to stumps tonight, maybe even look to attack first thing in the morning. Who knows what kind of total England could be chasing. What we do know is they will chase. Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes and others all on record saying it's win or lose cricket. Not playing for draws. Just a fascinating game. It really has been, this Test. Still 3 around the back. Slipping 2 on the leg sides. Williamson gets right over the top of the bounce.
He's in his wee bubble, he's in his zone, as Kane Williamson. He really has been from the start of play. When he gets like this, it's excellent.
This innings of 89, just 4 boundaries for Kane Williamson. 6 boundaries, should I say. It's the batters still to come for New Zealand. Tim Southee's 73. In the first innings, proved incredibly crucial in the context of the game. 377 for 5. You know, the partnerships so far in this second innings for New Zealand is a wonderful opening stand. Best ever in a second innings here in Wellington. 149 between Latham and Conway. He's just missed that, Blundell. Just missed that.
This is good from Stuart Broad. He's been excellent today. Just rolling his fingers over the ball. Just little leg cutters. Still some good bounce on the surface. There's a degree of risk in that shot from Blundell. But it's good. He's not just bowling seam up and down. He's actually just changing things up. Bowling a little bit slow, but rotating.
114 kilometres per hour, that delivery from Stuart Broad. What's been fascinating today, Mac, and I think for a lot of youngsters watching this game and a lot of bowlers or captains, it's just the number of strategies that have been employed by England. The number of tries they've looked to change. Short ball game, you've got Anderson bowling into the legs, looking to take that catch on the leg side. You've got Stuart Broad who's slowing things up. It's just been a constant treadmill of thoughts going on out there.
It's been impressive, Sumo. False start from Stuart Broad. I really tip my hat to Ben Stokes, the way that he's continued to challenge the New Zealand batters through field sets, through bowling changes. He's never let the game drift, never let it drift to anywhere that he's not happy with. Keep challenging all the New Zealand batters in different ways, and it's been good to watch.
And the flip side of that, of course, Mac, is credit to New Zealand, who've been presented with these different pictures throughout the day, and they've been able to deal with them. They've been able to make adjustments, haven't given away too many opportunities.
They've done that through partnerships throughout the order, Scotty, which is so important. If you're building a big total, it's reliant on a number of key partnerships. And this is another one that is at 80 is proving problematic for England, but very good for New Zealand.
You could say it all through the day, couldn't you? But this stands as maybe the partnership that gets New Zealand the chance at victory. This one right here, right now. Others can come and throw the bat around and maybe score quickly, but a huge stand here, and New Zealand may find themselves not just in the game, but ahead.
The runs have just dried up a little bit, haven't they, in the last half an hour or so. Matt Potts on for England. Ollie Robinson spending a little bit of time off the ground, probably getting a little bit of leg work done. Ground is soft. We noticed that down at the lunchtime break, Sumo, didn't we? That the legs will be heavy for these English bowlers now, getting through high amount of work.
That's through. Last ball of the over. Punch through cover for 4. Blundell's on 44. New Zealand 381 for 5.
Exquisite from Blundell. Got a little bit of width. So good off the back foot. It's that back foot punch. High left elbow. Got to cross his stumps. Pick the gap. Hasn't been easy to get it through that gap. Placement was good. Timing was excellent. It really is a nice looking shot.
Beautiful footwork from Blundell there. Subtle footwork. That would have felt very good for Tom Blundell. Very good. Joe Root returns. Williamson, he gets to a point in any long innings, Kane Williamson, where he looks like he's in the nets. He's just having batting practice. He's a master at taking his own time at things.
It's quite dismissive at times, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's not arrogance. He's just doing what he does best. He's into the 90s.
Clever. When England miss, they're getting hurt now by this pair. They're doing a good job. This one's outside leg. It's a free hit. Williamson said, I'll have a piece of that. He made sure he found the gap and got the full result. Got 4 for it.
This is a little counter-punch moment here. As New Zealand look to score. The brakes have been put on by England over the last 5 or so overs, and all of a sudden the boundaries are coming, runs are being taken, and New Zealand, just a bit of rope-a-dope cricket here.
Yeah, it's good. Spurt of runs that coming quite quickly. This time he gives himself some room so he can access the offside. That's excellent batting. He got the length that was too short from Root and was able to access that area. Some more running time for Stuart Broad, more time in those legs as well.
Down the ground, just the one. Good single taken that. Williamson back on strike on 96.
Come on, lads. That's routine.
Backs away. There's 2 here at least. No, just the one. Good from Jimmy Anderson. Chased hard. Nine runs from this Joe Root over. And the lead now 164. Down the ground, Blundell. Just little inside edge. Oh, Ben Duckett.
391 for 5. Some uncharted territory heading towards Nick Cook's record of 89 overs back in 1984.
Tell you what, if he makes that, it's been New Zealand's day. Runs here for Blundell. He moves to 47. Williamson on strike now. And there's an anticipatory hush around the ground here at the Basin. Michael Bracewell in the back of shot. Next man in for New Zealand. Oh, you can feel it, can't you? Just a couple of thousand fans wondering, waiting.
Nice, mate. Nice that, pal. Good that. Billy Chief. Big boys. Don't worry, Cha. 170 for 7, yeah, lads.
It's whipped away. Ben Stokes uses any part of the body he can to stop that. It almost snuck under.
It did. It was a good effort by Stokes in the end. Mentioned how soft the outfield is, and that probably a good illustration. Just looking to move, and Spriggs didn't grip in. And he's done so well. The players on 97 looking for 3. That could easily have been the 3 if it got past Ben Stokes.
Get it, everybody.
Talk about Kane Williamson, but Blundell here, 3 short of yet another Test half century. Give himself room this time, just the single.
Gee, he's been impressive. Tom Blundell had an excellent series against England in the UK over the New Zealand winter. He just continues to flourish. So that series in the UK and this series at home, 10 innings, over 600 runs, averaging 75. Blundell, 200s, 350s. Been so impressive.
Late leave and a good leave. 394 for 5.
Nice piece of bowling from Leach. It's in there. Do I
Longest wait for a wicket for Anderson since December 2017 against Australia at Perth. On that occasion, took him 29.2 overs. So he's not accustomed to this, James Anderson.
Well, in those 5 years, he has picked up a lot of wickets, Scotty, along the way. But this Test match, yeah, he bowled beautifully in the first innings. Remember that, he really got things going. But New Zealand batters done a terrific job denying the England bowlers, making them work hard, come back for spell after spell. Now that leads up to 168, continues to grow. Each spell they have to come back for, Scotty, is just more difficult, harder each time. This is really good from New Zealand, denying England.
Partnership now worth 97. It's late, and that'll be it. Down to the third boundary for 4. Tom Blundell raises the bat on his home deck here, and the Basin faithful know that this has been a classy knock from Tom Blundell, backing up a century in the first Test.
Terrific stuff from New Zealand's wicketkeeper batter. Showing his quality at this level with the bat now. Proving to be a real thorn in the side of England over the winter and now over the summer. Nice soft hands, just runs away to third. Always in control of the shot. This has been an important innings supporting Kane Williamson at the other end. These two have done a terrific job. Good way to bring up the 100 partnership between these two as well.
Folks was thinking about standing up for Stuart Broad, but has now backed away. Helmet's gone down behind him. Short cover. Point a bit further back. Oh, driven, gorgeous stuff that. That is delicious.
400 up for New Zealand, and it comes in some style. Tom Blundell, cover drive of the highest order, over pitch from Broad, and he just leant into that. And the Wellington faithful, well, they enjoyed seeing this come off the middle of the bat. That is glorious.
Full, hit straight and Broad again. All the English bowlers have been so good fielding their own bowling. They've had a few come back to them at pace. They invariably stop them. They're tall men, a lot.
Yeah, it must be getting harder and harder to get down to some of those drives.
It's going to be a point where you don't bother. No,
Trust
yours.
Me, there's always a point when you're bowling and it runs off your bowling, Sumo.
It's true.
Someone else's bowling, maybe not so much, but they've been very good.
It's a very short mid-off in place now as well, but that's just guided behind square, just for a single. Blundell, the longer he stays at the crease, I think the more delicate his touch becomes. He becomes so proficient at those late cuts, those lovely little guided shots, steering the ball down to vacant areas, and also playing the soft-handed shot, running through, rotating the strike.
Well, the two series he's had against England have pushed that career average up into the mid-40s, which is outstanding. 400s as well. He really is becoming an important cog in this New Zealand batting lineup.
Williamson on strike. Stands tall and just plays it straight down the pitch.
Well, he's arrived at the crease and continued his intent, prepared to use his feet to the spin of Jack Leach. Anything short, he is so strong, really good puller of the ball. And when he's playing cover drives like that, you know he's an excellent touch. The runs are flowing from Blundell's bat. It's been excellent to watch.
Punches it through. No, it's covered, just the one. He retains the strike, and he's on 99, and Ben Stokes has stayed down. He's got one right in the ribs. 404 for 5.
I think he's okay because Potts just gave him a wee tap on the hand. Maybe just winded, diving away. Did he roll over top of the ball at full stretch? Oh, the stomach straight on top of the ball. Oh, you can see that hurts. Trust me, that really hurts. And just the breathing will be quite difficult for an over or two.
Well, that's some more strapping tape on the Ben Stokes account. Goodness me.
Can't break him, can you? Get some insulation tape, that's fine, that will work. He'll tape up whatever he needs to and keep going.
Not very flexible. You can imagine him in a test series in 2032 walking out like the mummy. Soothing sounds of the sirens around the Basin Reserve. 2 slips in place. Williamson on strike. No run there.
Feel the tension.
He's teasing us here, Kane Williamson.
Got to 99. Surely I can find one run somewhere. Somewhere, just one.
This is so quintessentially him. No panic.
Showing respect for every delivery here from Leach.
There is a nation on the edge of its collective seat here, watching its captain.
None of those players are moving from their seats, probably haven't for the last hour and a half either.
And it's a maiden over for Jack Leach. Williamson remains on 99, 404 for 5.
Bit of a chat amongst bowlers and skipper, continuing to chop and change the plans. Rigger, good afternoon.
Yeah, they have chopped and changed. Do you think they've chopped and changed too much? Not stuck at one?
No, I think they've done a pretty good job, actually. Some inventive plans that looked very different to the norm, but I think by and large it's been a pretty good bowling display by England, but New Zealand have been good enough to negate it and actually absorb that pressure and then apply some in the partnerships they've had throughout the innings, which has been excellent.
There's an element of normality about this one, a slip, a backward point. Two players in the covers, a mid-off. And then a catcher in front of the wicket at a very short, quite straight mid-off. And then just two on the onside. I like this. Bowled down the offside line. And hope the batter goes after it.
What she did. Loose shot from Blundell. Hasn't been too many throughout the innings, but he saw the width and thought, oh yeah, that looks good enough to drive. Goes past the outside edge.
Craig McMillan will now leave us. He's said quite enough. Then comes Frankie Mackay. He's prepared to drive into that cover field. I think it's been the factor of Blundell's innings, is they have set field sets. But he's been prepared to hit into those field sets, but for the most part he gave the one tough chance to Anderson off the short ball, the hook shot, but otherwise he's been able to keep the ball along the ground. It just becomes a game of accuracy. You don't necessarily need to put shots away, you just have to make sure you execute them with precision. I think it's so important that these two are there at tea. Another half hour. Just allows you that reset, that little break. Chance to freshen up just a little. Oh, wow. Wow, that's a clever shot because he played that on purpose and he weighted it. Couldn't give it the full flourish, or it could go all the way down to Jack Leach.
Yeah, just opened the hands nicely. It was the leg cutter from Stuart Broad. Still that bounce. He's just able to open the blade, stay underneath it, lift it over the top. Very clever, Tom Blundell.
I think he was going to give it the complete kitchen sink there and then rethought just at the last minute and checked it a little. Crafty stuff. Right, Kane Williamson on strike. Jack Leach comes up into a defensive gully. So it's the ring field. Get it through here for one, they're saying. Now Jack Leach moves across to he doesn't know where he's going. He's wandering everywhere. Just stand still and wait. See? It was going from square gully back towards a second slip, then back towards about a third. Now he's wandering out to a cover point.
That's a smart move. If that's not your fielding position, if you don't back yourself to grab one and then get out of there, it's not your place to be, especially with a partnership. 108 off 161 balls. Kane Williamson 99 not out. If you're not going to catch them there, get out of the hot seat.
He's a fish out of water, wasn't he? Flapping around. Can't get it through. So that's the end of the over. Williamson remains on 99. 405 for 5. to 405 and no one having gone past 100, I think is quite significant. It shows the contributions by all those, with the exception of Will Young, who got good deliveries in both innings actually, so disappointing for him having been given an opportunity to bat at 4, but he'll bounce back from that.
It's an interesting scorecard. New record as well. First time 5 of New Zealand's top 7 have scored 50 plus in a test innings in New Zealand. Happened 6 times before. Cape Town, Lahore, Kingston, Lords and Bulawayo.
You also got to think, okay, Williamson it's odds on without touch wood. Is there any wood around here? But that he will go past 100. He just needs 1 run. Blundell, I mean, if he can convert, if he can be another player to convert here, New Zealand then in a very good position. Just got to keep thinking these things through. They've got to realise the lead is only 179.
It's an interesting position to find themselves in, because in not the too distant future, you start thinking, what total do we need to maybe push for a win? So until now, it's all, once the follow-on was applied, that's your first goal, isn't it? Get past, get yourself back into the stage that England have to bat again. And so you tick that off, and then you start going, well, now it's time to start to push that lead out, push that lead out. But then you get into territory where you can start to think, well, if we can push it out far enough and do it quickly enough, can we actually have a good go at England here?
Well, this is interesting. This is about the first plan that Blundell has decided he wants nothing of. So 2 balls outside the line of leg stump. He's just kicked them. 2 players up on the sweep. Now they've brought the one from the boundary in. So there's the temptation for Blundell. And he won't be tempted. Good discipline by Blundell, 405 for 5. Right, Kane Williamson on strike on 99. Same field set. 2 in the slips, floating around there at about 2nd and 3rd. Strong cover field. Cuts it, he cuts it through. Kane Williamson was a gem as a captain, and he is every bit just as good as a foot soldier in this side.
Brilliant innings, Kane Williamson, and well appreciated by this knowledgeable Wellington crowd. 26 Test match 100 for Kane Williamson.
Well, I think this one is brilliant, because I think it comes on the back of just a little period we were struggling a little. He wasn't in great nick. He was picking out fielders early on. He really worked hard. He's probably had one of the bigger mental struggles, I feel, when you're trying to predict what's going through the man's head, but I think he's fought hard for this one. It's an innings so fantastic. You bring up, you make history as New Zealand's highest run score in Test cricket. At the same time, you go on and make 100 in that same innings. Oh, a little misfield. They're looking tired out in the field now, England. Williamson's not, or Blundell's not. He's scampering, just 2 though.
Allows himself a moment to accept the applause of the crowd. Never too much fuss with Kane Williamson involved. Knows there's a bigger task at hand. As you say, become New Zealand's highest Test match run scorer. Do it as part of scoring 100, and then the next step is do it as part of a Test match win.
Yeah, it's the job that's required on the day that gets him out of bed and gets him down to the cricket field. And the job for Williamson today, in his mind, was not to become New Zealand's highest Test run scorer, not to score 100. It's to bat his side into a chance. And he knows he right now is still a long way from that. Heck of a record, though. There was a little secondary noise, but an apologetic appeal at best.
He's had to work hard though. Williamson hasn't been all his way. He's had to graft at the start of his innings, hasn't been afforded a lot of loose bowling and easy runs to be able to pick off. And it's his 26 Test match hundreds. This is his 20th fastest. This actually shows it has been a real grind for Williamson throughout.
Well, I think 8 boundaries in this one. The lowest boundary count was 7. So yeah, I just think he worked really hard. It was all about defence early on, organising his defence. He'd been hit in front a few times. He'd nicked off. About survival early on.
Wait on.
It's 411 for 5.
And it shows what time in the middle does as well. He'd been a little short of runs and perhaps a little short of his best as well in recent times. But as he's gone on, faced more and more deliveries, batted on and on, the footwork's got more precise, played the ball later, more balls hitting the middle of the bat.
You'll see some good scoring shots here. But it's been a nuggety performance from Williamson. He's worked very, very hard. He's had to think through, he's had to outthink the plans. There's been many plans and attacks at him from England in this innings, and he's overcome them all. There's little nudges onto the onside. Very productive for him, they always are. But he, without a doubt, has the ability to score all around the pitch, depending on what the bowlers are bowling at him and where the gaps are.
That's also Williamson at his best, the ability to score off good bowling. So, a low percentage number of runs scored down the ground, which suggests England haven't bowled extremely full through him, or when they have, he's been watchful of it. But it gives them a very small margin of error to be bowling into.
Go. Lily Chase.
steady the ship captain. Kane Williamson, steady the ship caps. Became a thing when New Zealand was struggling and always having the wobbles, and out would walk Kane Williamson and he'd steady the ship. I saw a really good headline today. Overnight in the paper, and it said, "In Kane we trust." It was so true. So much was reliant upon Kane Williamson, and just the way that he batted last night. He did. You thought, yeah, in Kane we trust. He's the man. He's the man to steer New Zealand. I don't know if safety is a possibility, but steady them into a chance in the game. Steer them to having a chance.
Nice that, mate. Real good, bud. Leachy boy. Lovely lads. Nice, mate. Real good, pal.
400 limb for 5. It's been a brilliant effort by New Zealand so far, but even at 400 limb for 5, the lead is only 185. There's still 4 sessions and a bit left in this game. Two catches in on the offside now. So rather than having just a catcher at a very straight mid-off, that player has come around to catching it a short cover. And then Stokes has brought himself into catching at a short point. Ben Duckett just pushes back, sits deep in the covers.
At what point does tea start to weigh on your mind?
Every day for me. About now. Lovely shot. And it's a chase for Duckett, but he can get that one away. The timing's brilliant.
That is just lovely from Williamson. Fall wide outside the off stump. Just the timing once again from Williamson. No ounce of overhitting. Just hold the pose, punches it through. Easy as you'd like.
He'll like this field because if he can get it past the 2 in there, who still plays shots, and he can beat them because they're in tight, there's more gaps in the cover field to pick up runs. So he just knows he has to execute it well. He's got to get over the top. And the line here is quite wide of off stump on purpose, because for Williamson to hit the ball in the air, because he does let the ball come so well, think Broad knows he has to reach for it a little bit. You talk about at what point you start thinking about lunch for these two, or dinner, sorry, tea time. Finally got it right. About now, and I quite like the over the wicket. Oh, here's the England seamers since lunch. You see, it's very different, isn't it? All working to their own plans. Anderson attacking the stumps with an onside field catching in front. Robinson was trying the short pitch hold out, lose control of the hook shot, and Broad is trying to get an aerial shot into the covers. Three very distinct and different plans. Yeah, I quite like Leach over the wicket, and it's just slowed things down, and I think it was a little bit helter-skelter, I thought, with Blunden, and he's starting to worry me. And I think when he started kicking those, it shows he's in control, and I think just getting through to that tea break now, a couple of overs of batting, hugely important, will be a target. Over bowled 415 for 5.
...138 overs now this innings. New Zealand's first innings, 53.2.
He's going to come around the wicket here, Leach, because New Zealand won't bite when he bowls over the wicket. I wonder what a day in the field in a day-night game is like, because it's the other way around, isn't it? You get 20, so you field for 2 hours, you get 20 minutes, then you field for another 2 hours, you're starting to get tired, and you get 40 minutes. And then you only have to do the 2 or 2.5 after that, after the 40-minute break.
Into his 50th over now, Jack Leach. And England bowlers to bowl 50-plus overs in a test innings since the start of 2017. Short list. It's just Jack Leach, and he's on it twice. So the last time was March 2022. He got through 69.5 overs in Bridgetown against the West Indies.
Spinners love to bowl though, don't they? Just love to have the ball in the hand. Nicely controlled. It was too wide, it was headed down the leg side, and Williamson just needed to help it on its way.
Just a miss from Jack Leach. Trying to get in nice and straight to Williamson, and just slides down the leg side. No protection out in that area. Easy runs, easy pickings for Williamson.
Oh, God, tempted him. It was nice and slow and throwing up 80k, and I think the lack of pace just dragged Williamson into it. 425.
It's been big improvement this innings from Leach. Being a little critical of him just almost bowling the same ball over and over and over again on repeat. Started to see as the innings has gone on, he's been prepared to change pace up and down a little. He's bowled to some different plans. And he's looked dangerous. He's looked threatening throughout.
I don't know if I'd be that happy about that. It's the boyfriend.
The biggest question is, which Ben? Could be Ben Duckett, Ben Stokes.
No, it's got to be Ben Stokes, and I base that on the colour of her boyfriend's hair.
So Ben Folkes is out of the,
He's out
of the running.
No. Yeah. I mean, gotta be Stokes. Oh, slightly aerial. Hands to heads again. And Williamson just wanders down and has a word to Blundell. Even if you are looking, it was a little expansive. I think he was trying to blast that over cover. And even if you are looking to get through to tee, it's so important that you don't stop playing, because that's when you will make an error, but that was perhaps a little expensive. Oh, he wants to. Good running. That's really good stuff. Good awareness.
Excellent running. Still shows that intent is there. That's one thing you always see with Tom Blundell, always busy at the crease. Still looking to run hard. And turned an easy one into a two. Just with that intent.
What's he doing? He's taking the bait here, Blundell, isn't he?
Especially there's now one ball left till the tea break. Happy to just throw the hands at that one.
Well, after he played that big shot and nearly got caught, Kane Williamson wandered down and said something.
Well, he could have even the nudge into the leg side, pushing hard for two, great, but he could have easily just taken one, camped himself, non-strikers in.
I don't know what Williamson said to him. Wants to again, but it's not there. Folkes was up to it, got across. So that'll be tea at 423 for 5. Cracking session for New Zealand. Not just denial, but a productive session as well. Any session where you score nearly 100 runs is a good session, scored at over 3.5. Really very, very good session for New Zealand. And they'll be very happy, and they'll get 20 minutes just to reassess, refocus and remotivate themselves. In England, they will sit and they'll hope to find some energy for a big push in the final session. Kane Williamson brings up his 100. Yet another one. Such a good player for New Zealand, such a responsible player. And he might not be captain, but he's still a leader.
Welcome back in for session 3. On day 4, New Zealand are fighting hard. England are forced to follow on after they scored 435 for 8 in their first innings. New Zealand bowled out in just 53 overs for 209. Well, in the second innings, England have had to work very hard. In New Zealand, they're still going. 423 for 5 on the back of Kane Williamson. Another test 100 for him, 113 not out. Tom Latham was very good at the top of the order, and Tom Blundell's doing an excellent job, 62 not out. New Zealand's lead is 197 runs, which sets us up for an intriguing final session on day 4. And the good news coming from New Zealand cricket is that day 5 is free. They have confirmed that the final day of the second test match in this series between these two teams will be free to the public. So get on down here to the Basin Reserve. Will be scanned at the gate, and it's first come, first seated basis. And the queues, Shane Bond, as we've driven to the ground each morning, are long. So get organised in the morning, get set up, and come in for an exciting day 5 of Test cricket tomorrow.
Definitely, Mick. We've definitely seen history at this ground on a number of occasions. It's 10 years becomes 300. New Zealand following on, 226 behind, with an opportunity perhaps push for a remarkable victory tomorrow. These banks are going to be packed. A few weary bodies for England. Fresh replacements out on the field, 3 on the field. So some boys having a shower, changing your kit.
Well, they've just had 20 minutes to do that, Shane. How long do you need these fast bowlers, eh?
Shower and maybe a massage, something to eat. It's not long enough, 20 minutes, Mac.
Matthew Potts, Ollie Stone, Dan Lawrence on the field. I think Broad and Anderson are off. Maybe Joe Root as well, just doing a wee scan around the field. So that says in itself that there's a little bit of hurt amongst this England lineup. Oh, there's an outside edge. Good work. That's Zach Crawley at first slip. New Zealand's lead 197. Intriguing final session of the day. What can we expect? What do you want to see, Shane?
Five years ago, you would have said a lead of 200 with 5 wickets in hand bowling last year in front. It doesn't feel like that for New Zealand. I'd like to see them get a base, half an hour of batting, and then really push on with the opportunity to bowl tonight. That's what I'd love to see. I'd love to see New Zealand with a lead of 330, 340, bowling 3 to 4 overs tonight at the English batsmen.
Means that New Zealand are going to have to just perhaps at some stage lift that run rate. Some work to do in the first half hour anyway. Because the longer that England don't pick up a wicket, get any breakthrough, then harder it becomes for them. Ben Stokes has been very good, very proactive with his fields and with his bowlers. I think he's done an excellent job challenging the New Zealand team. They've been just as good at thwarting everything that's come their way. Blundell's been excellent. Oh, there's a wayward throw from the skipper.
It'd be interesting to see if Stokes at any stage goes to a defensive field. I mean, we've still, even now, only 2 men on the leg side. There's invitation to sweep. Slips in play, short covers, so that those attacking fields remain carrots for New Zealand, which they've resisted all day. That's why they've shown that ability to get that big score back for so long.
Oh, brilliantly chat.
Just one from the first over after the tea break. 4-2, 4 for 5.
To open the bowling for the session from the Adelaide Road end, Ollie Robinson.
Spark Sport Drone doing some good work amongst the hills here in the Wellington region. Right, Ollie Robinson, ball in hand. 1 wicket from his 25 overs and some more work to do. Starts with a slow ball. Never really arrived to Blundell, but surprised him.
It's under 100k. A moon ball first up. It's a knuckle.
Love a knuckleball. A number of the bowlers now can bowl that delivery. Shane, how hard is it to coach the knuckleball, but then also execute it and get that skill set? It does seem like a really useful delivery to have, especially in white ball cricket.
Followed up with an off cutter. I think it's whether you can bowl it or not, it's just that comfort of some bowlers have longer fingers than others, so the way it just fits in their hand, and then it just becomes, it can be easy to bowl, but the control of it and where you put it on the line and length can be tough. So he's sort of unleashing the fingers there a little bit. And the other thing that comes with the knuckleball is the disguise factor, is when do you load it up so batsmen can't see it. So bring the ball up, and then as you bring it down in your action to slide the ball back onto those knuckles. And as you said, it just sort of floats out with no pace.
It does float, tends to swing as well, which can really put a batter off, create the mistake that the bowler's looking for. Short, maybe wide. Yep, called by umpire Gaffney. 1 over the head for the over.
You do see some bowlers who just hold the ball in their other hand when they run in, so it becomes an easier one to disguise, so they simply just move the ball over. If you don't, with Robinson with his load up, then he's got to find a way that he can load that knuckleball in and still have that disguise factor.
Nicely played off his hip. Just push the first run hard, and it will be just one. Just thinking of a number of the New Zealand bowlers. Neil Wagner's got a good knuckleball, as does Tim Southey. Trent Bolt used to have a good one too. Those ones, like you say, it floats out, but just swings just enough to make it difficult. Execution, the key's the length, I guess, that it comes out on. New Zealand's lead above 200. Ticked off another wee goal, I'd imagine, in the changing room. Oh, nicely bowled. Get the defence of Blundell into that back leg. Nice piece of bowling, a good length from Robinson.
Just a little bit more effort from Robinson, still operating around that 130, but all the England fast bowlers have now bowled 37, 38 overs in this test match, which isn't, it's not a high number in terms of a test match volume, but the fact that it's all been in a row now and it's basically in one innings, that's where it starts to take effect. Robinson maintaining his pace well though.
Yeah, it's a good point. Over a whole match, split up with 2 innings and a break in between, 37, 38 overs, not bad at all. But your point is very valid that it's basically been over 1 inning, so that is a high amount. And there is some wear and tear now on this bowling lineup. Broad and Anderson off the field, getting some work done. They'll have some sore, some heavy legs that will need some work tonight at the end of play. Oh, nicely bowled, past the inside edge, just stayed down a touch. 4:27 for 5. It's a good over, isn't it? Got a couple to nip back, stay low, asking questions.
Yeah, I like the fact that he used the change of pace too. There's still a little bit of seam movement there. This is a ball now that's 62 overs old, and there's still a little bit of nibble and a tired bowler. I think when you look at New Zealand and the way they've bowled in the series, it's been fast or it's been short and fast. England have used the subtle changes of pace a little bit more. Perhaps New Zealand could learn a little bit from England there.
Yeah, always important to learn what the opposition are doing. Try and add it to your game plan where it's applicable. Coming up to 7 hours batting for Kane Williamson, been excellent. Concentration has been superb.
Not mentioned much, but Jack Leach must be getting a little tired too. He's bowled a heap of overs. 68th, I think he's into now. 69th, that's a lot.
That's what's expected of spinners though, isn't it? They have to do the heavy lifting, so to speak, at times. Nicely bowled.
He still looks fresh though and sprightly, doesn't he? That's what Jack Leach brings to this English team. He's got that energy. Just looks up and about. Accurate.
Nice shot, finds the gap at cover. Work for Lawrence to do on the boundary. The basin in years gone by, Bondi, has been a bit of a graveyard for spinners where they've had to get through some overs. Not in recent times, so this is a little bit of a different test match than what we've seen in previous years.
He's done an excellent job, Leach.
Oh, nicely bowled. Williamson wanted to get down and do a little bit more with that, but had a plan B, and in the end it was just a forward defence.
You'd expect New Zealand's lower order, if they get an opportunity to bat, will come after Leach, so there's still a chance for him to pick up more wickets, but he has been impressive in this innings.
Nice, mate. Nice start, bud.
It's the three fielders on the leg side, so he's been very consistent with his line and length. Very consistent. We've seen, I think, a little bit more variation from him today, Bondi, in terms of his speed. Taking a little bit of speed off the ball. That was quicker. Nicely bowled, solid in defence. 4:30 for 5. Ollie Stone's time in the field is done. Doing a swap with Joe Root, who's back on at slip for England.
No!
Partnership 133, just 217. So these two have gone along at a nice pace. Bundle certainly came out with intent right from the start. England set some attacking fields to him that he looked to take on. Quite as attacking right at this moment. There's a slip and play, Joe Root. There's a short cover. But this is probably as defensive as England get, Bondi, to be fair.
Yeah, you've seen clear plans, particularly to Blundell. There's that attacking on the straight line with all the fielders on the leg side. Then they went wide, setting him up for the cover drive, which all of the short ball, all of those plans nearly brought about a reward. So you can see England systematically working through different ways to attack. Williamson's a little bit tougher. So He's just been so resolute. It's almost this is just a stock standard field.
Very solid in defence, isn't he? Nice and calm and composed at the crease. Got in his little bubble that we quite often used to talk about. Kane's at the crease. He's almost unaware of what's going on around him. What's happening with the bloke at the other end. Sometimes with the running between the wickets, that can be a problem.
The other carrot really is third man. Williamson likes to run the ball down there. There's sort of a second slip. It's Robinson just operating on a traditional line. It's like, oh, just try and run the ball down there. You might make a mistake.
At the moment he's playing with a straight blade. Quite happy to get in behind it. Defend nice and late. That attempt of perhaps trying to open the face and run it down to third is not being contemplated. Good crowd again. This has been excellent crowd right throughout the 4 days so far. The first 3 days sold out, but a very healthy crowd today. And with free entry tomorrow here at the Basin Reserve for day 5. Expect it to be close to a full house tomorrow here in Wellington. Watched but left.
It's good stuff from Robinson. 135, so that's his top end pace. Nearly into his 40th over. That's pretty impressive stuff. Only 1 wicket. He's been testing throughout the entire test match.
Yeah, just in the 1 wicket throughout the whole test, which doesn't belie how well he's actually bowled. He bowled beautifully in that first innings and support Broad and Anderson, but not much to show in terms of rewards. 4:30 for 5. The lead 204 for New Zealand. Still 5 wickets in the shed as well. Opportunity to continue to build that lead and push it up. Maybe even an opportunity, Bondi, to set England a target, which yesterday looked most unlikely. It looked like England would have their way and perhaps bowl New Zealand out and then not have to chase too much at all. But New Zealand now, with the way they've committed themselves, their batting in day 4, could well do that.
No Anderson and Broad on the field, so New Zealand recognised it an opportunity to go a little bit harder, take a risk.
It's quite amazing that we're in the 145th over of the innings and Ben Stokes has just bowled the 2. And if he is supposed to be a frontline bowler, that has to be a concern for the England management getting into a 5 test match series against Australia.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Ollie Stone come off the field. England do have a good crop of fast bowlers: Potts, Wokes, Wood, Archer, that support Anderson, Broad and Robinson. So they're lucky in that department. They've got a good group of bowlers to manage through what's going to be a very tough 5 test match series in the Ashes. But the balance of your team, that batter who bowls, that's what Stokes provides. Cameron Green for Australia, what de Gronholm did for New Zealand. Such a big difference. Bracewell does it here as a spinner.
Cameron Green will probably do it for Australia during that series as well, won't he? So
what's been mentioned as a niggle, you've got to wonder if it's far more serious. That means there's real problems for Stokes. No doubting his pain tolerance and his willingness to get stuck in if he needs to. No doubt about it.
that's on the high side. No one would ever question that. No doubt about that at all. Nicely bowled. Played with a straight bat. 4:31 for 5. there's another no ball, late call, so not the end of the over. Jack Leach has got one more delivery he needs to get through.
Probably the only criticism of Jack Leach is just a little bit untidy around that front line. You wouldn't be expecting to bowl as many no balls as he has.
This time, end of the over, 4:32 for 5. Ollie Robinson to continue here.
No!
Plenty going on around the Basin Reserve, especially this time of the day, Bondi. Tends to be a traffic jam one way or the other out of that tunnel each day. Very slow going left, and it's completely stopped on the right coming into town. Absolute nightmare. 4:30 each day. Carved behind point. There is protection down there, so just the single. But we've watched it each day. Things don't move quickly this time of the day, do they?
It's just a one-way each way through that tunnel. There's talk, obviously, of another tunnel that was going to impact this ground. Add another stadium to it. The flyover, they called it out the back. That got binned off. As a result, it's been a grind through there.
Yeah, that Mount Victoria tunnel is a busy piece of real estate here.
No!
Nice bounce. Found a bit of energy here in the spell after tea. 134 again, which has been impressive.
And different fields too. Blundell operating with a deep backward point and a third man. Protection we saw the last single with Williamson. It's still an area of strength of Williamson, but they're happy to leave that open. So would they still feel that's a mode of dismissal?
Yeah, I think they're trying to tempt him to open that face, take the risk of getting it down to third, but so far he hasn't been interested. Oh, there's a deep backward point in a third as well. It's bowling wider this time. It goes out to that man behind point.
Obviously they're playing no fine league for Tom Blundell. Zach Crawley with the singles is having to run shuttles back and forth 60, 70 yards. So playing clearly to bowl a lot straighter to Williamson, wider to Blundell.
On the drive, finds the gap. Lovely piece of timing. And this outfield has quickened up throughout the day. And Jack Leach can't cut it off. Lovely shot. Nice way to finish the over. 4:39 for 5. Minimal effort. just a cheek drive that more often than not finds the middle of the bat, and the end result is usually that. Jack Leach had to chase that ball down to no avail, and now he's got to go all the way back and be ready to bowl the next over. Stuart Broad is back on the field, so just the one. James Anderson off the field at the moment. Nicely bowled, quicker and flatter, and it's gripped and turned. It's flasher and quicker from Leach, but it's still gripped. It's the extra bounce that took it over the outside edge. Good use of the feet. Of course, those England bowlers that have been off the field since the tea break will actually have to be on the field for the same amount of time before they can come back to the bowling crease. So it means that Robinson and Leach have got some work to do. Stuart Broad was off the field roughly 24, 25 minutes. So you have to be on the field. New Zealand will pinch a single. So if New Zealand could actually take down one of Leach or Ollie Robinson, go after them and score quickly off them, then all of a sudden England might have to go to Root, or maybe even Stokes might have to come into the attack. Interesting game plan. Nicely played. 4:42 for 5. Six bowlers used. Jack Leach has gone past 50 in terms of overs and past 100 in terms of runs conceded. And looks like we do have the bowling change, Shane. Someone we haven't seen so far this series. He's been pretty good with the bat, and now he's got the chance to do something with the ball.
The way he's going, he's definitely getting wickets. I don't even know what he bowls. Never bowled in a test match.
I'm going to say a little bit of medium pace. Gentle medium pace.
This is horrible to face as a batsman because Blundell, I'm sure, just look at this as an opportunity to push hard.
Oh, it's off the wrong foot. A little bit of Chris Harris about it.
It's a bit of Brendan McCullum about that too. He has a test wicket.
Yeah, scrambled seam as well. Difficult at times facing a bowler like this. Just breaks concentration. Should mean that there's some runs are a little bit easier to come by than what Ollie Robinson was giving up. Let's have a look at the action, Bondi. What do you reckon?
He's running in at a gentle pace. Look at that lovely still head and high arm though, and focused on the target. Brace front leg. Despite that, he's bowling at 108 kilometres an hour.
Generally, a brace front leg means 145 to 150. Harry Brook at the moment going at 107, 108. Nice running. You just never know. It's worth 2 or 3 overs just to break things up and see if you can get some reward.
Talked about trying to buy some time perhaps before Broad becomes eligible to bowl again. Anderson, we may not see Anderson. It's been off now for half an hour.
Nice, love that, Ricky.
It's handy, isn't it, within the side if you've got someone that bats in the top 6 and just lend you some useful medium pace overs that throughout the day at different times take some pressure off the other bowlers. Oh, bit of bounce from Brook. Bit of glove work. Wry smile from Joe Root at slip.
Oh, that's low hands or extra bounce.
Good first over in Test cricket for Harry Brook. It's gone for just 2. 4-4-4 for 5.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think there's been a genuine refocusing from New Zealand after the break. There's just I think probably maybe a chat from the coach, just this is where we're at. Come on, it's still grind them out time, guys.
Catch!
Or is it? Right on cue. Blundell's tried to smash one over the top with Long off back, and he's very nearly got out caught and bowled.
And time for our next theory. He's hit it very firmly. I mean, Leach does pretty well just to get the hand on it, but in common with all the near misses today for England, doesn't quite stick. Yeah, he didn't really try and go properly aerial, did he? He was trying to force it straight and hard.
Nice, well done.
You were with me though before that, weren't you?
Up until that moment. No, I think you're right. I think that the message would have been we've gone really well. The batting has been excellent. This war of attrition has gone New Zealand's way. But the other point, actually, just to reflect on, I think, is that both, well, Blundell especially has played a lot of very, very good shots in his 71. Williamson has been much more measured, but has played some super shots, just that sheer elegant timing of his. So between them, they've kept the thing going very nicely. What, a partnership of 149 from 251.
Nice,
I think the coach's job at the break was very simple. 2 words, keep going.
.447 for 5.
Yeah, and a 150 partnership at the same time. 150 from 253 balls for these two. equalled the workload for each other, as it were, 71-71.
Yeah, that graphic there just shows, I think, how the innings was going. Brilliantly set up by Latham and Conway, and a really good opening stand. And then you could see how New Zealand were just squandering that foundation somewhat, and then slowly the innings and the job has blossomed.
Oi, Ricky!
Well, Anderson is back on. Probably can't bowl for a wee while. They have to wait. You have about 8 minutes, don't you, to be off the park?
Nice bowling!
Yeah, basically, you're not on again, or not allowed to bowl again until you've been on for the same time that you've been off. Unless they've changed it quietly without telling us. They do things like that.
Well, he'll want the new ball.
Nice, mate.
But if these two are there, will they want to take the new ball?
Well, they might as well, I think, is the feeling. Wrong colour.
I think you have to take it. I still think the new ball on this surface will continue to do something, and it's your best chance of taking a wicket. It will free up scoring, no doubt. But, you know, at 221 behind now, England still be back in their chances in this test. It's a good stop from Broad.
Well, each and every time the ball comes anywhere near Stuart Broad, he's either chasing it to the boundary and diving on it, or here at full stretch, and or something gets underneath. And we saw Ben Stokes early in the day landing on one, clutching a rib. .448 for 5. Well, this trade will be Harry Brook and Jack Leach taking the new ball. Yeah, there'll be a few tired legs out there. 27, 28, 24 for England's 3 main pace bowlers. I think your point about the new ball is right there. You've got to adhere to the possibility that a brand new ball brings brand new luck, brand new opportunities. And if you do get a couple out quickly with it, then you still get back control of the game, I think. Lots of ifs.
I'd say you bowl tidily the next 10 overs. New Zealand get 20 to 30 runs, so that lead is now 250. Would England back themselves to chase 300? They can make a breakthrough, get stuck into the tail with the new ball, chase 300. They really would.
Is the Pope Catholic? Of course they'd back themselves. That's what they do. I mean, they are prepared to be proven wrong. That's their great mantra in a sense. You know, they're prepared to give it all a full go. They'll back themselves as they did pretty much all last UK summer, with one exception. And you all know, I mean, the pitch is still a very good pitch and ain't going to change an awful lot overnight. Probably at its best almost to bat on tomorrow.
Wait. Oh. Wow, it was a bit of everything in there. Wasn't caught by anyone, so we won't know. There'll be no appeal, but I think there was a bit of bat in this. Or maybe not.
A lot of foot. What's afoot?
Every now and then Blundell's got in a pickle and he's got away with it.
It's one of those days, make the most of it.
You can see big open spaces over the onside. And that's the line he's interested in too. If you can get close enough to it, you might just be able to pick it off to the onside. It is dangerous with the ball turning away, because if you don't get to it, you can get the leading edge. Oh, that's good timing there. It's split the gap as well. More good placement.
Yeah, those are the shots I remember Blundell for today, rather more than the odd little gentle quibble. 451 for 5.
450 runs for New Zealand.
It's a marvellous effort, isn't it? 451 for 5, 151 overs in the field for England's bowlers and fielders. Very good comeback, considering the way the previous 3 innings of this series had gone for New Zealand, where they'd seen the odd honourable exception, but largely batting failures. Williamson has redressed the balance for his 14 runs from 3 innings.
Slightly near again. He's got it through here, Kane Williamson. How good's the timing here? It's rolling away, and it's rolling away for 4.
Yeah, Stokes is miffed because he was in the air for a while and he tried to push off and lost his footing. So at that stage there, he's thinking, I might just get a hand on it. By the time his footing's gone, he's thinking various other things, including that's probably going to go for 4 now, which it does. So there's his frustration vented on this slippery, well, the slippery field where the covers haven't been.
Well, he has been out there fielding for over 200 overs. He should be aware of the condition of the outfield by now.
Yeah, but come on, Rickman, that doesn't matter, does it? In the instant, in the moment, he's thinking, I'm going to push off, dive and see if I can catch this somehow.
It is greasy. Every time I've walked out in the morning, and it does feel greasy. It's probably had the best drying day that it's had today for a long time. I think just frustration. Tiredness and frustration.
Indeed. And that frustration will mount, of course, as the runs pile on, whatever pace.
It's part-timer, but you don't want to do anything silly against them. Brock is appealing for a caught behind. Folks is interested in a stumping. Stokes just wants anything. And it's looking like, oh, he's going to try something.
Third umpire director, we have play review for caught behind and original decision is not out. I have checked this fair delivery. More spin behind, please. Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm with the outrage. Chris, waiting for the outrage.
Still building.
Still waiting for the outrage. Still waiting for the outrage. Roll forward, roll forward. Yeah. There is spike when ball next to bat. I can't see any gap between bat and ball. Go back on field pan. This will be
Well. Harry Brook. Harry Brook has a test wicket to go with the batting heroics. He's the man with the golden everything right now. And he's made this massively important breakthrough. And he's got Kane Williamson with just the finest of finest runs off the face of the bat.
Well, it has been a fabulous innings from Kane Williamson, back to his best imperious form. Cool and calculated and calm throughout, but what a way to go. Down the leg side, he goes for 132, it's 455 for 6.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 283. Michael Bracewell.
Michael Bracewell, 6 matches, average of 21, best of 74. And he's there because somehow, just an innocuous delivery, angled down the leg side, it's just run across the face of Williamson's bat. It was a punt, they rolled the dice.
It was so faint, wasn't it? So faint. All waiting, hopefully, and pleasantly surprised by the verdict as well. There's going to be an investigation into a possible stumping as well, which I think would have failed. But I tell you what, that's a huge grin, smile of relief for Ben Stokes, because I'm sure he wasn't sure about that. It was, as you say, just a bit of a punt. Let's see what happens, and they've got the wicket.
Oh, get back. You don't need to run out. I just think oh, why not? What the heck?
Well, it was interesting, actually, because Brook turned straight away, didn't he, actually? So Harry Brook, in his follow-through, turned straight to the standing umpire at the non-striker's end and said, yeah, how's that? Folks covered all options. Not the most convincing of shouts, I grant you. But it was one of those ones, well, how is that? Was there not, was there? Wasn't there? Was there? Wasn't there something there? And there was.
Now Blundell needs to refocus, dig in. Bracewell needs to get a start.
Nice, Lee Chief. Hey, mate. Nothing up.
Very good keeping, of course, from Ben Folkes. Stood up like that, down the leg side, never easy. And he's gone for both options just in case, so he's made sure he's caught the ball first, then he's gone for the stumping just in case there's an option there as well.
Go.
And Bracewell's got a decision to make here about how he wants to play, because he is an aggressive player. Runs, goes without saying in the game of cricket, it's a game about runs, but I don't think it's a game of time right now, about taking time out of the game. It's about actually piling on the runs and setting a competitive total, setting a tough run chase.
On, Backen.
Yeah, I agree. I think the equation involves both, but primarily at this stage runs, because you've got a full day tomorrow, we assume, with the weather. Full day tomorrow. The lead is what, 232 right now. So I'm thinking these last 4 wickets need another 70 plus, if not 100 plus, if not more than 100 plus. We'll take it bits by bit. Go! Bowled. That's nice. Needs to be dragging him forward.
It's turned sharp and he's a long way back. Tucker shakes his head. And they're prepared to roll the dice again. Leach is pretty confident. I think he wants this reviewed.
Well, he's earned it, but I'm not sure necessarily that it's on, just because of the sort of the turn and bounce. Yeah, the turn brings it back in line with the stumps, and Bracewell certainly misjudged the length.
I can't see where it's hitting.
A lot of discussion yet again, as is the England way, but it looks like this time Ben Stokes is going to let it pass.
Yeah, he never really looked that convinced by it. And he did hear someone saying front pad, and then the pad was pulled back. So he was playing a shot, and I think he might have been hit just outside off stump as well.
I'm going to go hit in line. Yeah, as and when we see it, just put a little sort of side marker on this. I'm going to guess it was, or suggest it was hit in line, but there might be more to do with the bounce. We shall see, no doubt.
Brooks going to get another over. It's reward. Right, let's have a look at where this front pad hits in the front pad outside the line. 1-0 Richardson.
Right, I'm off. There must be an optometrist close by. I'll see you in half an hour.
Oh, wow.
Well, and all of a sudden, Brooks looking dangerous.
I told you, he's the man for the new ball.
Well, he's getting some swing, and I think it's conventional as well.
Nice, mate.
Barmy Army, they've sparked up now. Fall of a wicket. Handy runs. Handy runs. Why don't we go for 4 because in case the bowling's not flash. Duckett chases it down. We'll have a look at this as we always do. No issues, got rid of it before he crossed the line. The wicket of Williamson, though, it shows just how fragile your wicket can be in this game. You've seen off 2 of the best bowlers in the world. One of the better newcomers in Robinson as well. Over bowled, 462 for 6. You've made 100. You're looking great. You're back into form. You're moving well. And then somehow you get out to an innocuous delivery from Harry Brook.
I would, way back obviously, would far rather face the, as it were, the gun bowler, the challenge, and just the way everything works, the rhythm of batting, than the gentle medium pacer. Well, whatever the mysteries of facing someone like Harry Brook, that Williamson innings was an absolute delight to watch. Just leaves the situation teasingly open now, again.
Nice, mate.
And he gets back in the crease there nicely, Bracewell. There is some footmarks outside the line of the off stump for Leach to bowl into. See, I think Brace would rather get back, play him off the back foot, which is fine if it is falling into those holes, so long as he does what he did last time, is you get outside the line of off stump. So if it does turn, you're protecting your wickets. Broad's another good stop, and he's down again. Fielding can be boring at times, but they're making it look painful as well.
It's not just looking painful. I mean, he's landed on the ball before, or something before, so that little bruised rib.
Oh, and
another one losing footing. Signs of, well, understandable signs of a weariness out in the field. And the commitment's still good. This is Anderson, of course, just going full length, getting the dive in. Just now, he's going to have to touch it again, isn't he? Going to gather it again. Where's that other foot gone? Releases it nicely to Crawley. I think he's all right. The hard part is getting up again.
Be interesting actually whether, although I'll take the new ball, but then who'll bowl with it, because Broad and Anderson are a little bit older. Robinson's maintained his speed probably on average amongst those seamers, so I'm suspecting he'll get a run with it if they take it, and then another no ball from Leach. Then most likely you'll give it to Anderson. He's going to have to find something in the old legs.
No! Nice, Stoker.
We'll have this thing in the red zone, which is basically a way of deciding when an individual player has worked a bit too hard and put too much stress on the body. I suggest that Anderson and Broad are probably into their red zone, but they will have a long time to relax and get over it before they need it again.
I don't think they've gone through the red zone, they're in the purple zone.
I think it's the psychologist.
It's always a physio who is the psychologist. You'd go for a rub down or some work and you'd offload on the physio. Oh. 466.
Someone needs to take control here. Well, in the good old days, or the bad old days, whatever you did with the physio, he was physio, doctor, counsellor, shopping expert, flight arranger, you name it. It was only one man doing the whole thing.
Right, still up. Harry Brook getting a little bit of swing. I think it is conventional swing as well. I mean, if it was reverse, you'd probably try to see him go the other way soon. I think it's his hand release. Just getting that ball to drift away from the left-hander a little. It's in the air for some time. Not picked up on the boundary. It's gone for 4. Crawley out there just didn't see this at all.
When the bouncer gets to a decent height, goes past Stokes at mid-wicket. Crawley hadn't moved at all because he hadn't seen it. There was a shout, I think, of left. So by the time he got the shout and caught up with the ball, it was far too late.
.471 for 6.
Well, who would have thought it would have been Harry Brook to have Kane Williamson dismissed for 132. Innings of immense importance it was as well to New Zealand. Significant in so many ways. Turn. Still a challenge out there for the batters, and England have continually plugged away and plugged away, Leach in particular. Craig McMillan, New Zealand, still need more runs. Another partnership.
Yeah, this next hour is going to be really interesting, Ali. It really is. New Zealand's mindset. Do they put the foot down a little bit, try and get close to 300, and then have a bold England tonight? In an ideal world, I think that would be great if they could do that. So England attack's very tired. Spent a long time in the field. And with the stroke players that New Zealand have, the likes of Michael Bracewell, Tim Southey, in that lower order, they generally at their best when they're playing shots. So there's an opportunity to perhaps look to do that.
Remembering that New Zealand need to win this test to avoid a home series defeat, which has been a proud record of theirs to have been undefeated at home for so many years. Record going back to 2017. So, whilst you might think, why give them even more time to chase a target, it's also about New Zealand having a chance to try and win the match.
Yeah, that's right. They need to give themselves enough overs to bowl England out. We know England's mantra is that we're prepared to lose the game, trying to win the game. We're not interested in draws. So whatever New Zealand set or get bowled out for, England will chase, no doubt about that, which will make day 5 very entertaining. But it does give New Zealand an opportunity to perhaps produce one of their most famous victories. The bowlers come to the party and England have an off day. Who knows where this test match might finish up tomorrow.
Free entry as well here in Wellington.
Hey, bowling.
Just the one off the over, 472 for 6. It could be a scintillating final day here in free entry. First come, first served. Get into the queue early.
Of course, we saw over the winter England more than happy to chase that test series against New Zealand, the 3 test matches. England chased down 279, 296, 299. 3 chases all above basically 280. And did it in some style and quick time. Of course, one major figure who was part of that series is not here. That's Johnny Bairstow, who played a couple of beautiful innings at Notts and Leeds. I guess in many ways, though, it's been superseded by Harry Brook, who's pretty much filled his boots in that number 5 slot. But those top 3, top 4 were quite remarkable performances.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow recovering from the double break in his leg. And I think hoping to be able to make a return at the Indian Premier League. He's been following this series very closely.
So with those numbers, England won't be daunted by having to chase something around that 300 mark. The surface is very good, as we've seen from the way New Zealand have played today. So it sets up for an intriguing final day. It really does. If Southey and Henry can get things right with the new ball and perhaps England lose some early wickets, just test that mantra about how positive they want to be. They've already won the first test. Don't need to win this one to win the series. Are they happy batting out the day, or are they just going to continue to go for it? So it will be fascinating. Don't miss it.
Short swung away. Crawley, it's still pretty damp out there.
Yeah, I've seen a number of players slip over at times. Actually, from memory, I remember a number of the New Zealand players at times wearing rugby boots. The non-bowlers in the outfield, when the outfield is a little bit lush and soft, quite often just extra long sprigs, wear rugby boots. for that extra grip in the outfield. New Zealand's lead now hits 250, 476 for 6.
All these little markers are important for New Zealand. The lead up to 250. So that gets Run Chase very much on that leaderboard. It's about getting it up and beyond that 300 mark.
How many overs do you think New Zealand would want and need in terms of bowling England out if they were going to do that?
When you think how many overs New Zealand might need to bowl England out, it's sort of how many can they bowl them out before England have got the target. And you know, it sounds a very obvious thing to say, but sort of how it's countered by how quick England could score the runs.
I actually think that one of New Zealand's perhaps most influential bowlers tomorrow will be Michael Bracewell at the non-strikers end with bat. Job to do now at the moment with the bat, but I think with the ball he's going to be crucial, just helping those seamers out, turn and bounce on the surface.
Past the infield. And chase here for the captain. And talking of stiffness in the field, every time he moves in the field, there's a limp and a grimace. Well, Folkes whipped off the bails and is looking for a run-out opportunity. Meanwhile, throw in from Stokes in the deep.
Look how casual this is. Oh no.
Oh goodness, did he ground his bat? Folkes was casual as you like.
This is tight.
Oh, he's got him.
Slowly, slowly, slowly. Yeah. Nice and slow. The foot is in there. Yeah.
Oh, you can't be doing that.
Can you give me another angle,
as a
please?
batter. You must run your bat in.
Slow, nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow.
It doesn't matter if you're over the
Can
line,
you
you've
zoom
got to
for
have
me?
something
Looks
grounded.
like a bat in there, foot in there. Slow. Can you zoom for me, please? Yeah. Other side, other side. Zoomer from other side. Yeah. Other side, please.
Yeah, Folkes was
And if possible, give me split screen as well. Yeah. Yeah. Nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow. Still in the base dislodge. I made better decision with big screen.
Well, talk about a wicket being manufactured out of nowhere. Well, it should never be the case if you're New Zealand, but it is. And Folkes, well, you can say casual, clever. He was aware. He had a go, and it's worked. Bracewell far too casual.
It's a great throw from Ben Stokes because there's some energy behind the throw. Look how casual Folkes is, pretending that he's not interested. It's a horrible piece of cricket for Michael Bracewell. It really is amateur out. High fives for Stokes in England. Bracewell goes. He won't want to see the replay of that. Gone for 8, and it's 478 for 7.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 237. And the captain of New Zealand, Tim Southey. And now time for Powerway Tricks Break Powerway. Hydrating the Black Caps.
Well, an extraordinary way for the 7th wicket to have fallen. And New Zealand now with their lead only a fraction beyond the 250 mark. All of a sudden, England only need 3 more wickets to get about a run chase. And this was great work by folks down the leg side, and Harry Brook, a maiden test wicket, a part-timer brought on, just the faintest tickle. It was enough to see off Kane Williamson after a magnificent century. And now this.
Great work from Folkes. Look how hard he chased that ball down, and then the anger in the throw and the energy. Ben Folkes.
Yeah.
Just so casual.
Yeah.
Bracewell thought he had plenty of time just to stroll into his crease. He didn't. Committed the cardinal sin, and he'll be sitting alone in the changing room with no one talking to him. Tim Southee, the New Zealand skipper, comes out. 73 in the first innings, played beautifully actually. And now he's got another job. 252 the lead, Ali, but it's not enough. New Zealand need to get to that 300 mark psychologically more than anything.
Now facing the spin of Leach and a turning ball.
He was pretty aggressive in that first innings, wasn't he, Southee? Those 2 wickets, Ben Folkes, a major part in both those England wickets. Great catch down the leg side, then outstanding piece of work in the run out.
Oh, yes, Leachy.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit more difficult for Tim Southee in the second innings. The extra turn and bounce that perhaps wasn't quite there in the first innings. And there's a mixture of an in and out field. Just the one slip, but there's 3 men on the boundary waiting for something. He hasn't tossed one up yet, has he, Jack Leach? Just keeping it nice and flat. Waiting for Tim Southee to have a go. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and long off. Waiting for a Tim Southee miss hit.
It's 478 for 7. Well, in and amongst all this, it's forgotten that in 1 over's time, a 3rd new ball will be available to England. That's never music to a bowler's ear in terms of being the 3rd, but now 7 down and into the tail, a chance to perhaps finish things off quickly.
Yeah, there's nothing good about a 3rd new ball if you've been in the field that long, but it might actually be quite useful finishing this New Zealand innings. Tom Blundell, 87, has played beautifully. So Tim Southee, Matt Henry and Neil Wagner have someone to bat for here. Help try and push him along to Test match 100 number 5. The local lad, Wellingtonian, has played beautifully. Harry Brook picked up his first Test wicket, big one too at that, alley.
Yeah, looking back at the first-class wickets that he has taken in his career, 8 of them. And to the names, Billy Root, that's Joe's brother, got him out twice. Ali Orr, Chris Cook, Dan Doothwaite, Eddie Byron, Darren Stevens and Jack Leaning. He adds Kane Williamson in a Test match. So it's a different sort of feel now, is it, for England's openers? When it was only 5 down, and we're talking about, you know, whether New Zealand could get up to the 300 mark, might they be in a position where they could declare and pull out? It would have left Crawley and Duckett. They wouldn't be knowing, they'd be trying to second guess almost what New Zealand will do. It suddenly feels as if there's a tilt, and 7 down, 8 down, they gives them a chance to get into a batting mindset.
You want to leave England only 20 minutes tonight where they can't do any damage, can't get ahead of the game. If they have a bit longer than that and they're only chasing 270, 275, then more than comfortable. Psychologically, it's quite a difference. Tim Southee will be aware of that. I'm just thinking about that Michael Bracewell run out. There was another example in that Women's T20 World Cup, Harmanpreet Kaur against Australia. Alyssa Healy did a good job. She was run out when she should have been well within her ground as well. So
it's sort of remarkable how it does happen at the highest level of cricket. It's the first thing that teaching the kids at the coaching clinics, run your bat in. As well as, of course, not leaving a crease at the non-striker's end.
There's a number of different ways to be dismissed in this great game, isn't there? Of course, the new rule means also running between the wickets and your bat touches over the line, then bounces up, that's fine, you're okay. Bracewell would put his bat down and it bounced up and his foot was in the air, that is okay. If it is over the line, nothing touched the ground before those bails were whipped off by folks. Skillful piece of work. And embarrassment for Bracewell having to walk off back into the changing shed.
Oi, rookie lad. Rookie lad.
You'd have been a picture of calmness, Macca, if you were in the dressing room.
I wouldn't have been great, Ellie. Sure Luke Ronke, Gary Stead are probably shaking their heads with what they've seen.
Nice, mate.
It's important because New Zealand, again, just starting to get momentum, try and push on. 482 for 7. And now you feel it's like a little bit of a holding pattern now where England can bowl some cheap.
Well, we will have another over of spin from Jack Leach. Dan Lawrence on the field because Ollie Robinson has just left the field. So it could be just one more over of spin, perhaps. Would England be wary of Southee throwing the bat against this hard new ball and quicker runs coming? With the lead 256, would England worry about that too much? They back themselves that the new ball would help to take these last 3 wickets. A bit of a balancing act. I've got some tired old quick bowlers out there, mind.
Yeah, that's a factor as well, isn't it? Interesting line here. Jack Leach is bowling well outside leg stump to Tim Southee, trying to entice him to hit against the spin, against the turn and bounce.
Just like that, and it's flown away to the offside. And held. That's Matthew Potts on as a substitute. And so it's a brief innings this time from Tim Southee.
Nice piece of bowling from Leach. Good catch in the end by Potts. And it was high, and Southee couldn't resist. Just could not resist. Didn't get close enough to it. A nice thick edge that went very high. Matthew Potts on as a sub. Takes the catch. And all of a sudden, wicket starting to fall quickly here. Southee goes for 2. New Zealand 482 for 8.
From the bowling of Jack Leach. Tim Southey departs for 2 of 9 deliveries. The incoming black cap to the crease.
Well, after an afternoon session where no wickets fell and Williamson and Blundell were together pitting on a partnership which was eventually worth 158, suddenly a few wickets have fallen in the game. Certainly feels like it's lurching forwards.
It's a really hard shot to play, as we just mentioned, the extra turn and bounce. Trying to hit it over mid-wicket, not a high chance that that's going to be successful. Nice comfortable catch, good bowling by Leach. New Zealand have lost 3 for 27. So England have hung tough, and you have to give them a lot of credit for that. Tough conditions. Now Matt Henry comes to the crease. Of course, Tom Blundell's at the other end watching all this unfold on 89. England will be trying to keep him off strike and bowl at the new man as much as they can.
Around the wicket to the right-hander. 2 catches in close.
Go. Nice, man. Very good, bud.
I think England might continue with the old ball. No sign of a warm-up yet from Anderson.
Oh! Yes, Leachy. Yes, Leachy.
I love it how a keeper grabs it and moves it about 2 inches closer to off stump. So when you turn around as a batter, you see the ball really close to the stumps. Look at this, Henry's left it. By the time he's looked, it's just missed off stump.
And that is out. Joe Root takes the catch, and it's 2 in the over for Jack Leach. New Zealand 9 down now.
Great bowling from Leach. He's taking care of this New Zealand lower order. Enough turn and bounce to find the outside edge of Henry's bat. Pitched on middle, he pushed out with the hands. And Joe Root, safe hands at slip.
Caught by Joe Root from the bowling of Jack Leach.
Nice stuff from England. All of a sudden they've got a bit of momentum, wrapping things up quickly. Henry goes for 0. New Zealand 482 for 9.
The incoming black cap to the crease. Test cap number 256, Neil Wagner.
All of a sudden, New Zealand down to the last pair. Neil Wagner comes out to join Tom Blundell, who's just watched these wickets tumble.
Nice piece of bowling, just stretched out, pushed with the hands, as the lower order tends to do. New Zealand have lost 4 for 27. Harry Brooks, the one that started this, alley. He's the reason. Jack Leach has obviously been a big part of it as well. But the loss of Kane Williamson with a strangle down the leg side has really just turned things around. It was looking promising. New Zealand were in a position of strength, and now England will be more than happy with where this game sits.
Yep, golden arm as well as the golden bat. For Harry Brook, what an extraordinary series and start to his Test career that he has had. We've talked about the batting in the hundreds, but he's broken open this New Zealand innings.
Jack Leach has 4 for 2 wickets in this over too. Excellent stuff into his 61st over.
Not far away from making it 5. What a time Leach is having. It's 482 for 9. Well, the captain's shown faith in him. continued to encourage Jack Leach. It's paying off. Yeah, things looked pretty different when Williamson and Blundell were going along nicely together. 4:55.5. Felt like a very different picture. He's been given another over, and why not? New ball? What new ball? One more wicket to take. Chance for a second test wicket. This is about trying to get Wagner on strike. Blundell being given every opportunity for a single here. New Zealand need every run they can get. Blundell on to 90. Another subplot. Can Wagner hang around with Blundell long enough to get to 3 figures?
Well, he's more than capable. He's got to find a way to be able to show a solid defence here, bat for his partner at the other end, and if he gets something loose, not be reckless, but if he gets something loose, he can look to attack and go after it. Try and provide a annoying 10th wicket partnership that sides hate. Harry Brook would love a second wicket.
The value of a final wicket stand here for New Zealand works twofold, of course, for the runs tally and extending the number of runs England need to win, but just a little bit more buoyancy than New Zealand would currently be having if they fall away sharply now. And England have sort of visibly lifted in the field with these quick wickets.
Yeah, New Zealand will be a bit frustrated. A, they don't have enough runs, but they also haven't taken enough time out of the match. Plenty of time for England to go at whatever pace they want.
Still an hour of play left tonight. There's a lot of time for England to start making some inroads into this chase. Ongoing concern over the fitness of Ben Stokes, though. He's only bowled 2 overs. Don't want another run out. Very careful to ground that bat. Every batter will be. Yeah, for that longer picture. Into the future, Stokes with a 5-test Ashes series and a test against Ireland to come before that. He's already said that he would make sure he's back from the IPL with enough time to prepare for that Ireland test. He has said he intends to play in that. Good set back here for Wagner. So, England in the hunt for this final wicket. New Zealand.
Looking to set England a more formidable total to chase in the final innings of this test match. As it stands, they've worked hard to be 257 runs ahead, but since Williamson's wicket, others have tumbled down. Matt Henry the last to go, which means Wagner is the last out in the middle for New Zealand. A very good evening to you, wherever you're watching this test on Spark Sport. And a very good morning to our UK viewers who have probably woken up thinking, crikey, where's this test at? Well, I'll tell you where it's at. Still England with the upper hand. New Zealand could probably say they haven't helped themselves since the dismissal of Kane Williamson. Harry Brook's first test wicket. An old-fashioned leg side strangle. That man behind the stumps has been impressive. evening, folks. Good evening to Shane Bond in commentary with us. Blundell's decided he might want to get on with things here.
Thanks, Scotty. Still beautifully poised. And 257 seems light, but still New Zealand's got a good total to bowl at. I'd love to see them have a bowl tonight. I'd love to see Blundell bring up 100.
Lost 3 wickets for 4 runs, New Zealand. Edge and taken. That is a sharp catch. And that is the end of Tom Blundell. He knew he had to get things going. Jack Leach has a fifer. He has been an absolute rock for this English bowling unit today. An absolute rock. Over after over of top quality spin bowling from Jack Leach. He finishes 5 for 157. Shane Bond gets his way because New Zealand are going to bowl to England tonight. Joe Root takes the final catch. It's been a handy knock from Tom Blundell, but a disappointing finish for him. And the last 4 wickets falling for just 5 runs as New Zealand look to build pressure. That's a very good catch from Root.
It is a selfless from Blundell, understanding he had to get on with it. But Jack Leach, let's acknowledge what an outstanding performance. 61 overs, 5 for 157. Outstanding toil. The innings from Blundell helps New Zealand to a second innings score of 483. Overall lead of 257.
A 5th 5-wicket haul for Jack Leach. A 3rd against New Zealand. He really has had a lot of fun against the Kiwis. They applaud the team on the balcony, and that man right there, Brendan McCullum, super proud of what this bloke has achieved with the ball in hand. It has been a long day in the field for England. And there is the card. Some wonderful contributions today. Latham and Conway, and yesterday for that matter. Latham and Conway, the 149-run stand to start this New Zealand innings. Williamson bringing up his 26th Test century today as he overtook Ross Taylor to become New Zealand's leading Test run scorer. Mitchell with a quick fire 50 was good. Blundell with 90 off 166 continues his good form against the English, but unfortunately it was a stack of cards towards the end of that innings. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th wicket falling for just 5 runs combined. So there is the home side. Tom Blundell embedded well again today, and Michael Bracewell on his right-hand side. I'm sure we'd rather forget that dismissal. And so we will, because it is time for New Zealand to bowl. And they have a total on the board and a very fine record here at the Basin Reserve as well. Shane Bond, former New Zealand fast bowler, in commentary with us. You wanted to see this. They've got around about 40-odd minutes, 43 minutes of play left in the day. And as you mentioned, a couple of quick wickets and things could look very different tomorrow morning.
The other thing is, how do England play? Do they play that aggressive style and try to get 30 or 40 runs? It's probably not long enough to blast New Zealand out of the game. So the only team who can really turn the screws here are New Zealand. The opening batsmen are going to be tired. New Zealand bowlers, well, they're well rested.
It's Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley who will open the batting. Crawley was dismissed for 2 in the first innings. Duckett just for 9. Crawley edging one through to Blundell, and Duckett was dismissed by a fine catch taken by Michael Bracewell off the bowling of Tim Southey. All smiles. I can guarantee Tim Southey won't be smiling once he reaches the top of the mark. He will be thinking wickets. Nine matches for Ben Duckett this test. 550s, 100, best of 107 and a fine average too early in his career. Compact and organised player. Zach Crawley, who's had his struggles of late. Average of just 27, which is far below the best openers in the world, and he will know that better than anyone. But a best of 267 speaks to a man who has a class touch. Southey with 700 international wickets for New Zealand. The first New Zealander to take 700 solely for his country. And 3 slips in the gully in place.
Interesting, Sumo. New Zealand opted for a forward square leg rather than the bat pad. We saw it with England through their innings, that bat pad being a position where Ollie Pope was in the game for a lot of it. A small period of play, it seems interesting New Zealand would stick to a square leg rather than a helmet man.
Yeah, in front of square two, Will Young. Drives up. Short cover in place as well. Southie's going to operate in that area to start. Try to give the ball as much of an opportunity as possible to swing, and then, yeah, look at the indentations there. The roller's been out, but there'll still be some scalloping, and he'll know that.
Umpire Gaffney made the signal of the heavy rollers to compact the surface as much, make it even as they possibly can. It's again England adopting the attactive batting out of the crease to Southie to try to negate that swing.
Goes after it, and it flies over the slip cord, and the chase is on. Beats them all. Daryl Mitchell running back, but Zach Crawley with a frightener to get underway.
Goodness me. It's a loose shot. That could have gone anywhere. Saw England have a little bit of luck. New Zealand have a little bit of luck, and that's incredibly lucky.
Encouraging signs for Tim Southee. Zach Crawley attempting to bludgeon his way back into form here. Leaves this one wisely. Geez, when you're a shade out of touch and you go and play that shot, third ball of the chase. Wow. Kugelheim on the field. Neil Wagner is currently off. There is Wagner just on the boundary.
Yeah, it's there's swing and bounce for Southie, but he has to commit Crawley to play here. He shouldn't have a limited time. We've seen Crawley, the willingness to push hard at the ball outside that off stump, but if Southie continues on that line, that's easy. Just let the ball go through.
It's a holding line, isn't it? Tim Southee may be caught in two minds, Bonnie, thinking, well, I don't want to concede 50 runs tonight because that makes things all too easy tomorrow. But you did right. It's got to be a little closer than that. Crawley leaves another. That's the end of the
First over, 2 without loss.
Opening the bowling from the Adelaide Road end. That's Henry.
Well, we've talked about England's run chases throughout the afternoon. These are under Brendan McCullum. So Test since May 2022. And it's all W's. 6 straight. Impressive run rates too. Here's Matt Henry.
Duckett. Good bounce from Henry early. Duckett's very good at that shot though. It's the bat, top of the bounce, and able to tuck it behind square for one. Wagner returns.
Average of 40 for Matt Henry in 19 test matches. Often for the first 10 test matches, in and out of the side, playing in difficult conditions. The back half of those test matches is where he's had that 7-wicket bag. There's a record that is improving.
4 for 100 in the first innings, Matt Henry. And he made a very strong start too. Pays to remind, England were 21 for 3 in their first innings. This is the wicket of Crawley in the first innings, and faintest of edge, but enough. And Tom Blundell was all celebrations. It was a good delivery, wobble seam. drew Crawley forward. Good enough just to beat the edge of the bat.
It's good stuff. That's the line that Henry wants to operate on. Colour of the shade of the pitch looks slightly different, Sumo. Still enough with the new ball. This is that fourth stump line to Crawley, the willingness to want to feel bat on ball. That's where the opportunity exists for Matt Henry.
You talked about the fact England fielders would be tired. They spent combined 972 minutes in the field, 16 hours and 12 minutes. It's a long time to be standing anywhere.
And in the end, New Zealand are probably short of where they want to be in runs, but equally, England probably would have much preferred to turn up tomorrow after a good night's sleep, the opening batsman in particular, and go out to bat than have to face this period of 40 minutes. Still have to face the new ball tomorrow morning as well.
Yes, excitement in the cordon as Henry settles in, zoning in on Crawley, forcing him to play.
Wobble seating. We still like to see that back pad that is bouncing. Can bloom one off the pad. It's almost encouragement too for Crawley to play the cross bat shot with that man in.
Well, if nothing else too, it's a statement, isn't it?
Oh, goodness me, he's been cut in half. 3 without loss. Plenty to ponder for Matt Henry after his first over.
All doing a fair bit off the pitch here. That last delivery to Zach Crawley is an eye-opener. Here's Southey. Just angling down the leg side, but there is a fine leg in place.
Quite got the radar right, Tim Southey. So we're just looking to make that adjustment in particular to Crawley. It's whether he just tries to start the ball a little bit straighter or whether he just angles and perhaps goes a touch wider on the crease to create that angle and then swing away. A couple of options for him.
I think he'll enjoy bowling to Crawley a little more than Duckett. Oh, that's it. And there's an LBW appeal from behind the stump. Southey's not interested.
Here's the adjustment in line. That's the wobble seam. It's the one that's designed to nip back, and it does. That's how Southey goes about setting up a batsman, swinging the ball away. Wobble seam, 3/4 delivery. The length is just a touch short.
Zach Crowley's willingness to push the hands forward and miss the ball by a foot was incredible. Oh, that is shape. Right there, this could be a chance. Oh, he had one stump to aim at. One stump for Devon Conway. There was no one else around.
It almost looked like he was trying to pop the ball up for Tom Blundell. Crawley, the call, the fall over, we've seen that all day.
Oh, he was gone. He was absolutely gone. He'd given up. He'd given up. Oh.
Could have done the full Jonty Rhodes then and steamed it and knocked the stumps over.
There is plenty going on. Oh, and that's off the edge too. There is some heat here on Zach Crawley at the moment. Here it is again. There was never a run there. It's a great pickup from Devon Conway, and perhaps if Tom Blundell had been a yard closer.
Tommy Blundell. I mean, he almost had enough time to flick the ball to him, but it happened so quickly. You can't deny Devon Conway a shot at the stumps. One stump to aim at, wasn't far away. Just that opportunity New Zealand missed.
Oh, late pull out from Zach Crawley. Some bird issues for Zach Crawley. Seagull flying through the sight screen, or in front of the sight screen, not through it. That will be some seagull. That's a shot, and that is too wide. And a real gift for Zach Crawley, a sighter. Eight for none. It's full. A late shape in to Duckett. He plays it well, middle of the bat.
It's been good, Henry. He's committing the batsman to play. Similar field to Southey. 3 slips, gully, forward square. Mid-on's a bit deeper.
Well, this is Duckett in the first innings, coming forward, and it was a wonderful catch from Michael Bracewell. Fingertip stuff. Southey was the bowler. Round the wicket to Duckett. Set up. So there is a fallibility there to expose if these New Zealand seamers are good enough early enough.
Two different modes of attack here. Southey, who tends to go around the wicket quite early. Ben Duckett looking to swing the ball into attack off stump from that line and deny that back foot cut shot where he's very strong at. Matt Henry, more of a seam bowler. He's just looking to attack the off stump but nibble the ball either way. Key is just to get the ball a little bit fuller to Duckett, who tends to hang on the crease.
Down the leg side, turned down to fine leg, just the one. Neil Wagner. I just wonder how much of an opportunity Wagner will get tonight. Or even if Michael Bracewell gets an over before the close of play. Still half an hour to get through here for both these English batters and the New Zealand bowlers. Oh, beaten. Absolutely beaten.
It's just a feeling with Zach Crawley at the moment that anything can happen. It just does not look settled. It's a good line again from Henry.
There is some hard work going on in those top 2 inches, isn't there? You can just see it. Crawley, he's desperate to make a contribution. Takes a step down, inside edge onto the pad. And that's the end of the 4th over here. It's 9 without loss. England was set 258 for victory. And these are the highest chases. It would make it the 2nd highest chase of all time. Pakistan 2003, Bondi. Sure you were playing that.
As injured.
Standard.
Pakistan have the record for the highest chase, successful chase here at the Basin Reserve 2003. England looking to be second on that list here. 258 they were set by New Zealand. They need 249 now to win. Duckett and Crawley trying to survive the night here. 28 minutes of play remaining this evening. New Zealand on the list as well. Bangladesh in 2017. India in 1998. And Australia in 1990.
Suggests the wicket's pretty good, the fourth innings, because there's not a lot of wickets either on that column.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, Bondi. It's not a pitch at the Basin where you're thinking day 5 demons. There's a lot of swing there for Southee.
It's the hardest thing with the left and right hand opening combination for Southee, who is that swing bowler, to make that adjustment from over, round, right hand, left hand. But that's the line he wants to operate on.
One straighter from Southee, punched away. There's a couple there. Kane Williamson chasing that down. Guys already put in a full day's work with the bat. Probably didn't need that. 5th over of the chase.
It's a good shot from Duckett. That's where he's comfortable, that back of a length. Punch the ball, cut the ball. So the line's good. He'll just want that length a touch fuller. Bring him onto the front foot, like that first innings dismissal that we saw.
Oh, it's guided to Kelly. Ben Duckett. Just need to make a late decision there. Strong defensively, Ben Duckett this time. Did you see the attention Duckett's paying to the pitch too? Lots of looks, lots of concern, a little bit of gardening in between deliveries. That is a lovely delivery, challenging for Duckett. Played a bit around that one. It's 11 without loss after 5.
So then, 11 without loss after 5, half an hour to go on day 4. Crawley using his height to get on top of that and try and work it away. What a frenetic innings this has been already. 19 balls he's faced. He's made 6 runs, trying to run himself out. Played and missed a few times.
That can be what you get, isn't it, after spending 160 odd overs in the field.
Oh, that's flashed away over the top. Gave it a full go. There's pace, of course, out the hand from Henry, and when you add pace with the flashing blade like that, you've got a fair chance of getting away with it. Not the most convincing, but it flies so quickly and high. It's raced away for 4.
Whilst that's big, thick outside edge, it's actually when he looks his best, is when he is looking to be aggressive and attacking. I think it's that when he's defending, leaving, he has that desire to want to feel bat on ball.
Maybe just a fraction short of him. Nearly carried. Good effort. Conway's been in the thick of things as well.
This is a stressful watch if you're coming in at number 3 for England. Be up and down out of your seat pretty much constantly. That has just fallen short of a diving Devon Conway.
Best not to watch. Well, that will race away as well. Just a slight error in line from Matt Henry. Yeah, Crawley is certainly taking the positive approach to this task.
Well, he's not one to turn down a scoring opportunity, as Crawley, and it can be a bit helter-skelter. But he has got the ability to score well and score quickly. It's closer to where Matt Henry needs to live.
Yeah, just looking at Crawley's dismissals in tests against the quicker bowlers, there's a very strong pattern here. Just roundabout off stump and definitely outside. And my pet theory about this is the way he does or doesn't move his feet. Because so often he's a little bit square on, so often that front foot is nowhere near. That's flicked away again. Despite the dive from Wagner, it's another boundary, third boundary of the over. So Zach Crawley is flying here, 23 without loss. Yeah, those opportunities very strong there. We were just talking about the vulnerability off stump and just outside. But if you bowl with his pads, because that's where his front foot tends to be, if you see what I mean, then he's really strong through the onside. So in a sense, you've got this dilemma as a bowler. You want to attack, you want to try and get him out. The dilemma as a bowler for a new ball bowler against Zach Crawley is, you know, the vulnerability is outside off stump. If he plays well and leaves, you've got to bring your line straight. If you bring your line too much straighter, you put it onto his legs and he clips you away through the onside. But yeah, the evidence we saw just then from that Hawkeye with all the dismissals on and around and just outside off stump says that's where you have to bowl, because that's where he doesn't put his front foot. So he relies so much on hand-eye coordination, natural talent and all the rest of it. Anyway, an eventful over. That previous over, 0-4, 0-4, 0-4. I think this is a good move. Pat on the back for Bracewell after his disaster with the run out. I think it's a good move, first of all, to bring him on, obviously, when Duckett is at the other end, the left-hander. Off-spinner should take the ball away. Bracewell does get revs on the ball. Leach has just taken 5 wickets in the innings, albeit it's taken a long time in New Zealand's second innings. A lot depends now on the field setting. What's the balance between aggression and suppression? Make it hard to score runs, yes. Try and get the man out as well. New Zealand desperate, obviously, for a couple of wickets tonight, just to make it more interesting for day 5 tomorrow. Well, it was a poor start from Bracewell, just dragged it down short and wide. Good stop, though. Duckett hoped to capitalise.
That's a genuine loosener from Michael Bracewell. That is a hit-me ball. And contact was good from Duckett, but the fielding even better from Williamson.
Shouts of catch, but this one has found the gap. So again, short and wide, won't reach the boundary. Shouts of stay there in the middle. Don't want to see another ridiculous run out from that same part of the field. Two very similar deliveries to start with, though, from Bracewell.
Could be a real challenge, Michael Bracewell, but needs to settle in. He's only going to get through a little short spell here before the end of the day. Just needs to find a way to drop into that line and length.
Yeah, still just a fraction short, but straighter. And the one thing he gets on the ball is big revolutions. And even though those first couple were in the wrong place, in the wrong postcode, they did turn. Nicely placed by Duckett. He loves these areas on the offside. Balletic on the edge of the field there.
Maybe got a little bit closer than he might have initially anticipated, but another great chase from Henry Nicholls. He's got some pace in the outfield and does well to keep it to 2. As you're saying, that's the area of the field where Ben Duckett really thrives. Short and wide, he will put away all day.
Well, short and straight, he's put it away as well. Not just put it away, but thumped it away over the boundary for 6. So the runs are flowing. 33 without loss. This is not a bad shot. Okay, a little bit short, but you've got to guess a little bit the turn and the bounce. Gives it a really big thump, doesn't he? Juggled. The red cap has juggled it.
The Adelaide right end, Tim Southey.
Well, that should have been a good move to bring Bracewell into the attack there. Bracewell really struggled for line and length and he's suffered for it. Southey changes ends. So the steady Southey versus the frenetic Crawley.
Yeah, and you have to feel that it's a good matchup for New Zealand. The ability to just have someone nagging away, line and length, just outside the off stump. Ability to shape the ball away from the right-hander, and the 3/4 seam ball that just nips back in.
Well, put away with some ease, I'm afraid, by Zach Crawley. Once he gets going, he's also not just quick on the ones that feed that leg stump line, but also anything slightly short. Once he gets going and gets his rhythm, just uses that height and that swing of the bat just to clump it away. The shot he tried to play in the first over at the wrong time. Now he's seeing it a little bit better, then he's just that little bit more quickly onto it. Offside this time for Crawley, and a comfortable 2.
And that all of a sudden looks more assured, doesn't it? That still brings New Zealand into the game, that desire to continue to play at those balls wider of off stump. If the feet don't go, it means the bowlers can attack both outside and inside edge. It's starting to look more assured, as Crawley.
Oh, nearly went too far there. There was that little shuffle across. exposes the leg stump. Now, the line, of course, takes it, what, a good 5-6 inches past leg stump. But I was going to suggest to, as it were, Tim Southey, that a little bit fuller would be good, because Crawley, when it's shorter, has time to look at it. Okay, yes, you still, I mean, it opens up all sorts of opportunities, but the uncertainty is when it's just a little bit fuller. That's a good length, and it's not the middle of the bat, it's the outside edge. Just trying to turn it leg side, turns too early.
Much better from Tim Southey. You just feel he has to live in and around there. He has to try and challenge Crawley on the front foot. See if he's got the patience to play with softer hands, not throw the hands at everything.
That's the end of that story. Lovely bowling from Tim Southey. Gets it to cut back through the gap. It's a hell of a delivery from Tim Southey, I'll tell you that. Fingers deliberately cutting across the ball, and there you are. There's that big gap from Crawley. He hasn't read that. Presents the ball with the full seam, cuts the fingers across, it grips beautifully on the pitch, and that is the top of off stump.
Nothing better than that from Tim Southey. Crawley's got to go for 24. England lose their first with 39 on the board.
Well, the first wicket has fallen. There was huge anticipation in this box as to who might walk out next. Turns out to be Ollie Robinson. There was a suggestion that the old Hawk might reappear. The Hawk is resting. The Hawk has his hood on. But Ollie Robinson will be an orthodox, or relatively orthodox, night watchman. Zach Crawley, undone by a beauty from Tim Southey. It has cut back a long, long way. Yeah, the shake of the head tells the story for Zach Crawley.
That's high quality bowling there from Tim Southey. That's a ball that would have most people's names on it. Excellent piece of bowling. But just, we've seen it once, we've seen it twice, we've seen it a third. Just the inability for Crawley to be able to trust his defence, to be able to play with those soft hands, let the ball come to him. Always feels like they're getting out in front of him, and as soon as the ball does anything off the straight, leaves him vulnerable both sides of the bat. Southey good enough to capitalise.
Well, the wicket gives renewed encouragement to New Zealand. Yeah, just look at the way the hands come through. And just look at the way that front foot is nowhere near the line of the ball at any stage as well. So immediately you have a gap. Still a brilliant delivery from Southey, just from nowhere. But yeah, Southey straight away with the wicket in the bag. Switches Henry to the other end. Maybe that race well over was just an exploratory change of end over. But New Zealand know full well that the only way here to redemption, as it were, is to try and pick up another 1 or 2 in the short time remaining tonight, just under 10 minutes, just to make things really, really interesting for tomorrow. You sense there's a buzz out there, can't you? Williamson getting involved. Almost, well, it's animated for him, isn't it?
Well, this is almost the ideal situation now for New Zealand. Maybe leaked a couple more runs than they would have liked, but that ability to pick up that first wicket, now there's just this horrible little patch before the end of the day where survival becomes the key, and that's something we haven't seen this English side have to do a lot, especially in recent times. It's been all-out attack, it's been aggressive, it's been taking the game on. Well, now you're just batting to get through the day, batting to be there tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think Duckett, if you give him any space, for instance, outside off stump, will still look to play the shots that always bring him runs, or tend to always bring him runs. Ball it straight like this. He's been very solid those last 3-4 balls in defence. And again, it's good, consistent bowling from Henry. Good lines, good length. Pretty much same line and length throughout.
Well, I think Duckett's another player who actually likes to feel bat on ball at the top of the innings. So you think of someone like a Tom Latham who's prepared to leave a lot, let lots go. Duckett's almost the opposite. Likes the feeling of being able to play most deliveries.
Well, that's found a way through. 5 dot balls followed by a boundary from the last ball of the over. Just a fraction fuller, and neither Henry nor the mid-on could get a hand on it. 43 for 1. Yeah, it just spoils what was a really good over. And for Duckett, as I say, if he gets an opportunity, bit of a bobble there from the ball as it split the bowler and Williamson at mid-on. But if he gets the opportunity, and just that little bit of extra length there,
Well, folks, just a note that there
just
will be
goes at it that little bit harder.
just near the dugouts in front of the pavilion at the conclusion of the day's play. So if you are keen on some autographs, head along there.
Right, Southia's got Crawley. He now has Robinson in his sights. 3 slips and a gully in place. First ball, guided away. Settles for the 1.
Just pick up through the effects mark there. He is a Nighthawk. I think it was Neil Wagner as he trotted past the stumps.
Well, it wasn't quite the full Nighthawk, was it? But it was wide, yes. So it was one of those ones, yes, as a student of the game, as a number 3 batsman, you'd be allowed to leave it alone. If you are the night watchman just seeking the ball in the gloom, in the penumbral gloom, maybe you do play at it. But if he wants to earn full Nighthawk status, he's got to have a fuller go than that. Not that I'm advocating that necessarily. Big gap there between the deep square leg and the mid-on. Thinking about the third. The chase is quick though. Wagner quick to pick and throw.
And in your traditional night watchman position, you're actually trying to face the majority of the deliveries, not a single off the first ball and leave the other man to face the rest of the over. Actually meant to be your responsibility to try and get through, face the majority of deliveries.
Yeah, that was the sort of the unwritten rule of night watching, wasn't it? It's like being a security guard. You come on duty when it's dark, go home when it's light again.
Yeah, you're not meant to camp yourself down the non-striker's end and just watch on and say good luck.
Nice thing about Ben Duckett is that it doesn't seem to matter too much to him. I mean, he's in very good form, has been both in the tour of Pakistan, here in New Zealand, but it doesn't seem to matter to him what the overall situation is. He's very good, it seems, at just focusing on the ball in front of him, the one that's coming towards him right at this moment. Ignore the clock, the situation, the scoreboard. It's a very good way to be.
There were questions, I think, for Duckett coming to New Zealand around how he would play the seaming ball, because of how he likes to follow the ball with his hands and reasonably expensive through the offside. But he's flourished, really, and perhaps that is just because he is a man in good form. He's coming off that great tour of Pakistan. He averaged over 70. And so you come here full of confidence, enjoying the new style of play. He even referenced, he thought back to a lot of innings he'd played in England at home, and said the amount of times you nick off playing a defensive shot. And he thought, well, perhaps if I'm trying to drive that, maybe it wouldn't happen.
Oh, good leave. Southey gets it to come back again. That is, I don't know, millimetres away from the off stump. 47 for 1.
Definitely no Nighthawk about that, leaving the last delivery of the over. There's only 2 types of leave, and that has just snuck itself into the good category.
Well, that'll be Southey's work done for the night, with just a couple of minutes left in the day. Time for one more over. So Southey will finish this 4th day with 1 for 19 from those 5 overs. Pretty close to a second there, that final delivery of that 5th over. But Henry's out of the attack again. Bracewell back in. This has to be the final over of the day, especially as New Zealand have taken their time to set the field. That's a bit better from Bracewell. Straighter, not the same revs on it this time, but he's got to get Duckett to play. You want the ball to be in the right area that brings Duckett playing straight, just in case the ball's going to turn. That's what you're aiming for, really. You've got to beat the bat somehow, find the edge. You do feel as though Bracewell needs that man out there, because the tendency, as we've seen just in this short space of time, 2 balls into his 2nd over, is to drop it too short, too wide. He's going to try and settle a bit, try and get his rhythm, get his fingers loose.
Wonder if perhaps he might find it a little easier to settle to the right-hander. Makes sense for the right-arm off-spinner to enjoy bowling to the left-hander. It almost feels like everything's in your favour, but there are a few off-spinners going around where they take a little while to settle into their work coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Just a different way of lining up. More his preferred method, bowl to the right-hander.
Well, it's a much more aggressive field for Robinson. 4 men close to the bat, plus the keeper, of course. Plenty of noise. The calmest, coolest, deadest of bats placed there by Robinson. Oops, the Hawks popped out again. Just shrugs it off, does Robinson.
Oh, the field was all up. All in nice and close. 5 men catching around the bat. Just a little adjustment to that leg side field.
Okay, if he tries it again, deep mid-wicket is, well, mid-wicket's gone a bit. Oh! Get in close. That just needed to go square, and it was in the hands of short leg. There's good revs here. Did a little bit of turn, good turn. It's the classic inside edge onto the pad, but it goes forward. And the classic shut in the stable door after the horse has bolted. Man comes in close, just where it's been. Well, that should be it then for day 4 here at the Basin Reserve. 48 for 1 England in their second innings. They need another 210 more to win this second test match. New Zealand for so long on this 4th day were working their way so hard towards a position of competitiveness. Kane Williamson, beautiful to watch him batting today. What a masterclass that was from him for his 132. It was his dismissal that opened the door again for England as the last few wickets went down. Still have time for some reflection here tonight at the Basin Reserve, so stay with us.